Hello. Good evening. Hello, Cliff. Vanilla remove. The music's a little different tonight. I wasn't certain. With the game that we were about to play, I wanted to listen to the sound. Not the soundtrack. I wanted to listen to something. Thank you for the resubscription, Algovidian. 9 months. Wait, has it really been 9 months? Assuming it was June. Eight. What? Yeah, time does fly. Time does fly. What? No! No! There's no children. There's no. Only cats. Only cats. No children. Just from thinking. If you count the model, then that was 6 months. If you count the model, that was like 6 months, I think. Yeah. I want to study up. What? Yeah. I have nibblings. Those are enough for me. I have nibblings. I don't want to say there's so many of them, but there are a number of them. Yeah, no. Have you been around children recently, Remove? Have you been around children? Have you been around toddlers? Have you been around a screaming infant recently? I like sleep. Yesterday I slept like a lot. I could not do that with a child. I could not do that with a child. I can barely do that with the cats. I can barely do that with cats. Your children are different from the children you were paid to teach. Yeah, when they're students, it's a little different. When they're students, even if they're like young, it's different than, I think, having your own. Oh wow, this is really jaunty for what I thought the music would be for this game. Are the cats really that disruptive? Have you not? Every time on Sunday, or almost every time on Sunday when I read, one of the cats wants attention, and he wants in, he wants out, he wants in, he wants out. He is screaming outside my door. He doesn't. Algavinians turns off their PC. Mine also sometimes threatens that. Scratching things that they're not supposed to. One of them needs medication, otherwise she has issues. Then we have the fact that the cats don't get along, so there's that whole issue. And so yesterday, yeah, I was big spoon to one of the cats for in a rare instance. Normally she's not that cuddly, but I guess she really wanted cuddles. I wonder if she's feeling a bit neglected because I've been having to split myself between the other two cats more so, who demand more attention. 3 cats is a lot. 3 cats is a lot, especially when, like, none of them really like each other. 2 of them tolerate each other most of the time. And the other one doesn't get along with anyone yet. I guess at least, well, actually with, like, little kids don't really have reason. They're just, like, little doom machines. They don't care whose doom it is. They don't care. My mother used to take care of a lot of little human children. and she did that in our home. So I spent a lot of time not exactly looking after, but like looking over very young children, and it does not interest me at all after that. No Stevie Jeebies, no. No, my cats are not well behaved at all, really. They're not well behaved. They're very cute, but they're not well behaved. I haven't really taught them not to jump on some things yet either, which is kind of unfortunate. Especially like, well, the one I guess that has an issue with that more so, thinking about board games like this, big ones. You have people over, you're playing board games on the table. This cat would totally jump up and start walking on the board if it weren't for the fact that she's a bit frail now and she's easy to catch. So we can stop her before she gets her paws like fully up. But if she were a spry young girl, she would totally be in the middle of this board. I've been trying to have like once a month having people over for bigger board games, because normally I play board games once a week in person, and we have to play shorter games nowadays. We used to be able to, the one time I played Scythe before this was in person at a bar, and we were able to complete it. It's supposed to be a 90 to 120 minute game. And it was everyone's, maybe not everyone's first time playing, but it was a number of people's first time playing. We still finished before the bar closed. Human children, yeah, well, I mean, versus elven children. Yeah, no. I need to be as spry as the cat. That's fair. Just I'm sprier than this cat. I'm not necessarily as spry as one of the other ones, though. I could play a good game of chase with them, but for the most part, I think they're going to beat me in straight shots, mostly because they're not afraid of hitting the wall. They like body slam that wall if they want to beat me down the stairs. Which is actually kind of concerning, but it's their body, not mine. Unless I like put padding on the wall, I guess I could do that, but I don't know if that's a good idea. What? Okay, I don't want my tea to steep for too long. I have spent the past, oh man, I don't remember how many hours I started in Bloodborne after last Wednesday, but I am preparing. I haven't practiced the techniques yet at all, really. I haven't practiced techniques. What I have done though is I got all the shards up to at least 4, if not greater. Like all the shards available for all the creatures I've defeated. And I'm currently gathering materials to be able to make at least one of every single food in the game. That's my current goal. I have an Excel spreadsheet for it. Oh, I just realized I had to restart, so my Excel spreadsheet isn't up anymore. It's really annoying though, because you need like, I think it was 95 of a specific drop that came from like one of the very first enemies in the game. And it's only like a 5% drop chance, or you could buy it for 50 gold in the shop. I think I ended up I ended up getting to like 55, and I had a bunch of other drops, so I just sold most of those after I checked that I wouldn't need so many, and ended up buying the rest. I have earned and spent like probably 30 grand, or 30 grand gold in that game. And I'm still not done. I'm still not done. I've been going from like the highest amount required to the lowest, which makes it a little easier, but I'm hoping that I'll be able to be finished with the grinding of the mats by tomorrow's session, so it could just be like easy crafting all the food ever that I have access to. And I won't run out of food in the game, hopefully, with that. And I'll have the one-time buffs from everything. So no one could yell at me for that, for not having the buffs already. I'm looking forward to doing more Bloodborne tomorrow. I'm, again, not certain if I'm going to be better, but at least I am higher level, so things should be easier again for a little bit. It's the superior strategy to throw your body against the wall. I suppose that's fair. I mean, isn't that what athletes often do? Use their bodies to reach peak performance. My cat is simply a peak athlete. My cats are simply peak athletes. Cathletes, if you will. Okay. Man, this music's really like... it's really overblown. This is Carl Nielsen Symphonies 3 and 4. No, this is number 4. It's not... It's very uplifting considering the game that I'm going to be playing. I wanted to play this in winter. I'm going to move it over to the game now. Where is it? Oh, and I haven't set up... I was dealing with the music and stuff because it was a bit loud. It's always a bit loud. Everything's loud. A little long. Yeah, I'm not a goblin. I'm not that short to rush past them. The only head start I really have is the fact that they don't usually do the rush unless they think I'm walking that direction. Then they'll try and rush ahead. They'll try and beat me. The cats are simply faster anyway. Unless I slide. Then I think I could beat them. But again, there's the wall. There's the walls. Hello, Q. Okay. So, hopefully the sound isn't too... Sometimes the sound is really low, but then it, like, swells into this crescendo. Crescendo? Crescendo. I don't remember which. I know how to spell it. And it gets really loud, so that's why it might be a little low right now, I swear. So, Scythe is crescendo. Crescendo. Is it with an H noise or not? It's written one way. Did I? Okay. Shen? Okay. So, this is a game that's supposed to be like alternate setting, or alternate 1920s, set in Eastern Europe. And from here, here's the loudness of the music. How grand it gets to be. But here it just looks kind of like dismal farmer punk, I guess, sort of, maybe? With a bit of war tossed in there with the spiked helmet. But I didn't realize that's actually got some cool options here. Like, what is the album? Yeah, no, I was like looking into like there's a paint option. If you want to, I guess, customize your own models in the game to play. There are different factions too in here. Character mech. And yeah, there's mechs and workers. Sorry, the worker. Like, the others are really detailed. And then you have the worker. It's just a meeple. A painted meeple. And they paint it to look 3D, but... yeah. Look at this. That's right, the meeples are a little different. Look. He's like a dwarf. He's legit like a little garden gnome. He's so cute. All the different factions are not just appearance-wise different, they have different stuff about them. But, yeah, gnome. Ah. Sorry, no. Oh! Monkey King? Neat. Sorry, I'm gonna go through all of them. And this is all, I believe, I think it's based on one particular artist's work. Like, he very much enjoys painting this sort of thing, so I believe the story is that some people who make board games approached him and said, hey, can we, like, use your art, your concept for a board game? And it's kind of a hell yeah, sure. And that's how we got this. I wish I could, like, tilt them. Because right now, it's just... like, oh, I can! Haha! I just have to use a different button. But yeah. It's, I wonder why it's showing up red. Is it just, like, the model's very slightly breaking? Look at this. Oh, you know what? Everyone gets a different animal, and that's sometimes shown in their emblem. That's right. I remember there's the, yeah, lady with the bear. Like, I think she's one of the more popular figures, so to speak, because Russian bears. And it's real quick. Okay, so we have the horse. Although, oh, okay, so she's got a hunting bird. And a short bow, it looks like. We have the guy with... a man with a wolf. Lady with a bear. Man with a boar. Like, very Scottish? He even has a stub of a cigar in his mouth. Yeah. The thing is, though, like, it's not, like, Cold War because it's 1920s. Unless you mean literally Cold War, in which case, yes. The lady with the tiger. Oh, look at that braid. Oh, you know what? And this sort of emulates the feeling of the tail, too, of the tiger. The braid. Because the other ladies, let's see. Her hair is loose and red. Hers is short and kind of matches the bear. This doesn't. He's kind of woolly like the bison, to be honest. And last one was matching hair again. So yeah. Thank you, Andres. I haven't played this in multiple years. When it came out, I think I played the game once within the year or two it came out. I haven't played it since. So this is going to be kind of very much refreshing myself on the rules. And also getting used to the digital version too. But yes, this is... With 2 players, I've heard that it's not necessarily PvP, but if you have more than 2 players, then yeah, it's completely, it's PvP. You're competing over resources. Ah, oh, so this is, so you get to see the art produced by the art produced. Look at this. Gorgeous. Although we're not really here to look at art, are we? I mean, partially, yes. Partially. But, like, what kind of story does this tell? It's not a happy one exactly, is it? Altogether. The bear moving the wheel. Okay. Be the first person in the factory. I did read a little. Oh wait, these are the encounters. Look at this. I feel like actually this is a bit spoilery. I don't know what these cards mean, but it's just kind of we're learning a lot of things about this game already, aren't we? Like, it's very atmospheric in a way that's kind of strange, isn't it? Mm-hmm. So these are the mats. So there's, well, we'll learn, I suppose, when we get there. So yeah, I guess like more what the art of the characters are supposed to look like versus what the figures look like, because they're not always one-to-one. Granted, I suppose with 3D, you can get as close as you want, but... Mm-hmm. He's even got like a harness. He's got a little harness. But yeah, it's so strange. And I also want to say, you can't really read the people's faces, can you? I think that's one of the things that makes it so kind of believable. Okay, you can read her face. She looks kind of happy, but like the rest of them don't necessarily look happy, I suppose. I guess here they do because of the banner. And they're celebrating. It's a festival time. Actually quite a bit more than I thought there would be for the tutorials. I thought it'd be more like one rolled together tutorial. Huh? Polania. Each faction can earn up 2 stars for victory in combat. Saxony has no such limit. Greatest fortune at the end of the game is the goal. Okay. Just checking to see, like, okay, where can I exist? Like, I'm not covering up anything important, right? It doesn't seem like I am at the moment. At the moment. Actually, it's probably where my faction card is going to go. Oh, it's a factory slot. Greatest fortune. You can accumulate coins during the game, but you will earn most of them during end game scoring in the following 3 categories. Every earned star, every territory controlled, every 2 resources controlled. Okay. I kind of wish that I had a digital copy of like the actual rules here too. I might look that up later. Okay. The amount of coins you earn depends on your level of popularity. The higher your popularity, the more coins you will earn. You can also get a few bonus coins based on where you built structures. Okay, so fortune is actually equal to coins, it seems like. Sorry, it's just more of a case of they use the word like greatest fortune, and it's kind of a, is this a metaphorical thing or is this a literal thing? And they mean it's literal. But I suppose it's actually kind of both. It's so quiet. The amount of coins. Okay. The game progresses as players earn stars through various achievements. It ends when any of the players reaches 6 stars. Stars can be earned for accomplishing any of the following. Don't worry if you're not familiar with all the terms, we'll explain them later. Complete all 6 upgrades. Just the bouncing arrow in the corner. You can see it up here. Deploy all 4 mechs. Build all 4 structures. Enlist all 4 recruits. Have all 8 workers on the board. Reveal one completed objective card. Win combat. Have 18 popularity. Have 16 power. You can preview this list by clicking. Oh, okay. I knew this was an arrow, but at the same time I didn't know. I didn't actually look at what it was pointing at. I just thought it was like right above the scroll bar. Okay. Hello. Oh. Oh, it's Clavio. I mean, like, it's Clavio's emote. Not Clavio. It's cute. Comfy. Yeah, I might need a blanket. Look at this map. Right, there are different options for the appearance of the map, too. I went with the default 1920s. Antiquing? That's not exactly the right phrase. They had a different name for it. We can check them out in a bit. You can check these details anytime during the game. The game ends when any player earns 6 stars. Okay. This is your player map. It contains all the major actions you can perform during the game. You might notice the player map is divided into 4 sections. Okay, so down here. It is nice that they outline it in red. During your turn, you're allowed to perform up to 2 actions from the player mat section of your choice. The actions are executed in top-down order. Each action is optional. You are always free to skip it. You need to select a different mat section each turn. Top-down. Okay. Okay. Let's select the coin gain one. Sorry. Okay, it does have hover states for the others, even though we're in the tutorial. This is actually, I believe, let me check. I think it might be produced by the same group who did Viticulture. It certainly feels that way based on the layout and the way that the hover states are and such. Like, it's got that feel. It doesn't feel like Wingspan, which is kind of weird considering, I believe, yeah, Wingspan is by Stonemaier as well, because they're both included in another board game that I have that includes all of them. Let's see. Sorry, I want to check real quick who produced Scythe. Is it the same group? Publisher is Knights of Unity. No, it's not. It's by a completely different group. Is it? Yeah, huh. Okay. That's... It's by Knights of Unity, and they have done The Fertile Crescent, Tools Up Garden Party, Tools Up, Card Hunter, and Scythe. Okay. Not what I expected. Okay, coin gain. Coin gains. Let's skip the bottom action for now and end the turn. What is the bottom action? Build, huh? Note that the section with previously taken action is now disabled. You need to wait 1 turn before you get to use it again. Look again at the star conditions. That symbol indicates power. You are very close to reaching the target 16 to achieve 1 star. Huh. I'm wondering if the symbol down here in this section, if that is kind of a shorthand. Yeah, okay. You gain a power for doing it. Sorry, like, why did I have the hover state that was a little different there? Like, you saw that, right? It actually explained what it was, but why? What do we hover over to make that happen? Okay. Color code of the actions. Red is pay, green is gain. Let's pay a coin and gain 2 power via bolster. Construction monument. Oh, okay. So is it just we wait long enough? Yeah, I guess it is. We just have to wait long enough for it to appear. Let me just double check that. It's a bit raw. It's a bit raw in terms of the UI, but it gets the job done. Okay. So we pay a coin to get 2 power. I want to say the iconography in here reads pretty well. Just thinking about Dominion. Just comparing it against Dominion in my head. We obtained our first star. Wait, that's the end of the tutorial? Legit? Okay. That's way shorter than I thought it would be. Polania. You can't decide where to place your structures? Check the structure bonus conditions. Each of the 3 unit types in the game, characters, mechs, and workers, share 2 key similarities. They can move around the board, though not over rivers or onto lakes by default. They can transport any number of resource tokens. Character and mech can engage in combat. Character can gain a factory card and also have encounters. The mech can transport workers, but not characters. And workers produce resources, deploy mechs, and build structures. The territory is a hex on the board labeled with one of the following terrain types. So we have farm, forest, mountain, tundra, village, lake, factory. So they all have different starting spots. And I'm wondering if part of, like, maybe placing them on the wrong one. I wonder if they explain how they start, or why they start where they start, or if it's simply a foregone conclusion because it's digital and you can't fuck that up. Or rather, it would have to be like a free board type situation, I suppose. Free placement. There's only one factory, right? Yeah, there's one factory. Because wasn't that a star condition? No, let me... Okay, fine. Let me out, what I was going to say. Yeah, it's not going to let me out. For the purposes of the move action for any unit, all territories with the tunnel icon are considered to be adjacent to each other. I vaguely recall that, yeah. I think we also had a question, and this is probably spelled out in the rules, where it was kind of a case of how count that. You can control a territory if you have at least 1 unit there, a character, worker, or mech, or if you have a tunnel structure there with no enemy characters, workers, or mechs. Only 1 player at a time can control a territory. Okay. You have a home base that serves as a starting point and a place to retreat after losing combat. A home base is not a territory, so by default, you cannot move units or build structures there. Each faction has its own permanent base location and different skills. Resources, wood, food, metal, oil, remain on the map once produced. You may only spend resources from territories you currently control. There's no limit to the number of resources. Right, resources are tied to the land. Resources are tied to the land. Let's execute this. Let's execute this plan. Pack all workers on a mech and take them to a farm. Secure the unattended metal with your character. Select the move action. Move 2 units. In our case, mech and character. Hello, Azure. Nice to see you. The mech? Oh, this is the mech. I didn't actually fully read the thing. So use the transport area to load all your workers onto the mech. Transport? This thing? Is it this button? Okay. Yeah, it's a worker placement. It's a... Actually, wait, it's just kind of... There's no music now because it's tutorial time, I suppose. They don't want anything distracting. It's a 1920s alternate history worker placement game. What if mechs Eastern Europe? Farmer punk type stuff. I don't actually know if that's the right way to phrase it. It's got gorgeous art. It's got gorgeous art. Destination is the farm. Bump. Order transport is an ability specific to the mech. Oh, thank you for the follow, slime molder. Actually, is it not working? Do I not have it set up to the right place? Oh, there it is. Okay, it just took a second. Farmer punk? Yeah, like, how would you describe this sort of style? It becomes a bit more obvious when you look at the art. It's all inspired by, I think it uses art from one specific person, whose name I don't know, which is probably a bad thing. Jacob Rozalski. So he actually has an art station, which I'm going to link to because his art is really cool. He doesn't just have the art pieces here. Oh, and he's in Poland. Okay. Yeah. This is the artist. This is his stuff. You can also buy prints if you like anything enough. But yeah, he's got... Let me check real quick for that. Yeah, he's got pieces from here on that art station. Sorry, I want to move this over into a bigger window real quick. 2 years ago. So some of this is actually quite new art, actually, like after the game was published. Oh, okay, yeah. So he basically world built this entire thing and he paints it. And he's got a lot going on here. And even he has this process. This is actually really cool. I'm gonna pop this up really, really quick. Let me grab... Let me grab this really quick. Can I bring this up? Can I bring this up without it being weird? What? Okay, actually that's the wrong window, but we'll swap that in a second. It's this window, real quick. I was actually looking at... Look at this one. It's on near the top. And this is 6 days ago he posted this new piece. So yeah, he's got a lot of process going on here, and he shot, I guess, refining the work, starting with blocks of color and working from there. And like more details on drawing the bear. More details on drawing the bear. Yeah, just fill in the rest of the lines. Yeah. They're making another game based on his art? Not surprising. There was something in the other piece that I was looking at about an RTS. This is the new storyline in game. This is art for the new game that he's been working on for the past year and a half. So it's progression of the world. It's progression of the world. And it has been, I was counting it up. So the first, well, Scythe came out in 2016. So that's 6-7 years. It's been 6 or 7 years since the first game came out. And it's understandable that he wouldn't want his world to be stuck in that sort of rut forever. He's free to move time on. It's his world. But yeah, look at all these little details. So this is what the new game is. It's this one. Let me... This is a little cropped. Let me uncrop it. Okay, this is it. Expeditions. A sequel to Scythe. Oh, it's another Stonemaier. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I suppose Scythe did well enough. Scythe did well enough. Okay, back to the game. Worker transport ability specific to the mech. The carry workers can still move afterwards to the time for the character to seize the metal pile. It's kind of a... What's the hover state for this? Ready to go. Select the hex with metal. Oh, they're into the tunnel. They didn't have to do the animation. You might also move your units via drag and drop interaction. Please take drag and drop checkbox in the options to enable it. Everything except for the tutorials. Excellent. Okay. Being the first one to get 6 stars does not guarantee victory. I wonder if it's a case of whoever has the most stars at the end of the round when 6 stars are accumulated. Or rather, when someone hits 6 stars, you still play the round out. It might be that sort of thing, in which case, yeah, you may not win. And they have to have a tiebreaker, I feel like. They have to have a tiebreaker. Actually, in that case, it might be money. It might be money. Fortune, I'm sorry. Combat occurs at the end of move action when player's character / mechs enter territory controlled by opponent's character / mechs. Both sides dedicate up to 7 power from their pool. May augment the power with combat cards, as many as they have combat units participating in the battle. So in this case, it's a mech and a character versus a mech, and that's it. Iron Harvest. Wait. Yes, it is. It is actually. Let me bring up a different piece of art. I'm sorry, there's another piece of art that I had up where literally he describes on the side here, in a few days we will have the premiere of the Iron Harvest game, RTS video game set, and based on my 1920 plus world. So yeah, you're right. Iron Harvest is a good phrase. This is from 2 years ago. Yeah. This is another one of his process images, talking or like showing how he gets through it. Look how the tiger. Player with the highest total wins combat. Ties go to the attacking player. Both players pay the selected power and combat cards. Okay, that's classic. The winner gains or maintains the control over the territory and any resources, and they get a star unless they already earned 2 combat stars. Loser retreats all units to the base. If you use any power combat cards, they get a combat card. So, not... They're not completely... They get... there's a word for this. Kind of like a reconciliation? That might be a way of putting it. But not from the other player. It's simply from the pile. From the deck. So if you win 2 combats, you don't need to win anymore to advance your stars. You might still want to in order to, you know, keep control over territory and resources, but... The Nords are approaching our base. Fortunately, we have 2 Polania units nearby. Let's expand the stats to see if we can chase the Nords off. Nords have 10 power, but only up to 7 power may be used in combat. They have no combat cards, so their total firepower remains at 7. Polania has 1 power, but 4 combat cards. You're allowed to use 1 combat card per combat unit. Mech and character only. If both your mech and your character attack with 2, you'll have a total of 5 firepower. That's less than the Nordics 2, or Nordic 7, but we can still improve. Sorry, looking at the difference here. Okay, so Polania in red, Nords in blue. Nords in blue. Bolster action allows you to buy 2 power for 1 coin. Let's give it a try. Just looking at this division, like, we're more popular and we have more combat cards. On the other fronts, we're not doing so hot if we're Polania here. Select moves, give an order. Real quick. Move up to 2 different units you control. From 1 territory to an adjacent territory, units can carry the resources and mechs transport workers. Boop. Move them both. Just the chunk. They had different noises, didn't they? For each different object. The battle music started. The battle music has started. Combat phase wants to move. This is... I'm sorry, it's a little heavy-handed. The combat phase starts once the move action is finished. Select the battlefield to resolve the combat. Yeah! They're really putting the seriousness to it. The cinematic quality. Move the slider to dedicate 3 combat cards. So we can at least match them. And we're the attacker, so a tie attacker wins, I believe. Wait, they only dedicated 1? Huh. Nordic mech was chased back off to the base, but be careful, now that you've spent power and combat cards on a battle, you're an easier target for others. Can earn up to 2 stars for victorious battle. So we earned 1 star for that. If the loser dedicated at least 1 power or a combat card, they'll gain 1 combat card as they retreat. So they were planning on losing, it looks like. Finally, workers are not fighters. They can neither attack, move to enemy territories, nor use combat cards. You lose 1 popularity for each enemy worker forced to retreat by your attack. Oops. Was it carrying? Was it carrying things? I guess we don't get to find that out. It doesn't really matter. The amount of coins you earn during endgame scoring depends on your level of the popularity track. Okay. So the Nords... Okay, so he's a Nord. The factory is the centerpiece of the Scythe board. It is a place of technological innovation and untapped power. And it's this one right here with the weird little purple, like... Sorry, just... It looks a little bit alien, sort of. With the way... There's a word for this type of roof, very specifically. I don't remember what it is, though. And also the way it seems to be, like, built out of the earth. More so. You gain a factory card when your character is on the factory tile for the first time. The factory counts as 3 fields in the final scoring. The factory's centerpiece. Yep. When your character enters the factory for the first time and your move action is complete, look through the factory cards and take one. Let's check it out. Let's go to the move action. So we're playing as Nord this time. Move another unit. Oh, okay. Hold on. Just kind of free rotate there. Did not expect that. But I just can't use WASD to navigate. Also, it kind of corrects itself after a while. Yeah, look at that. What? Wait a second. Wait a second. It just reoriented all the icons to face us. So this was the perspective before. So that's what it's doing. That's why it corrects itself. That's neat. I don't know if it's strictly necessary, but it's neat. Do we have another unit to move? I suppose we do. We have... Okay, we have to grab, like, up here. There's nothing for them to do. There's nothing for them to get. Sorry, just double checking. Like, there's really nothing. There's these guys, but I can't select them. Choose a factory card. Any of the cards. So we have Man on Stilts, and then we have like the Harvester. The spidery Harvester. So, does it show up what the names are? Do they have names? Factory move. Action factory. I'm waiting for a pop-up to tell me if it's got a name. Oh, okay. That's kind of a bit annoying. It's not quite like hovering properly, it feels like. So you pay 1 power, gain 3 victory, well, gain 3 fortune. Pay 1 power, gain 2 popularity. Now it's part of our player mat. You can use its actions just like any other. The choice you made is permanent. You cannot change it or get another card. So that's where the extra space... I'm blocking it. Give me a second. So you can see it over here. I'm not actually covering any other abilities. This is it. So this is the factory option that we get, and it goes into that slot. Take new action for a spin. Exchange has worked. Excellent. And the second option for factory is always move. But it's a little different from the standard move, as it says, move 1 unit up to 2 times within the same move action. Okay, this got a little intimate. Just to select the character, there's one more place I'd like to show you. It wasn't talking to me personally before, it felt like. This is a little bit creepy now, especially with the music. Okay, because it didn't have this music earlier. Okay, we'll select the character. It seems there's something special about one of the villages, highlighted in a different color. Yeah? As your character treks across Eastern Europa, they will encounter a number of local people and situations. Such encounter locations are marked with encounter tokens. Only characters will trigger an encounter. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Okay. Each encounter will present you with 3 options to determine how you want to interact with the people. If you don't have popularity or coins to pay for certain options, those options aren't available. The number in the upper left corner is just for referencing the card. Okay. Enjoy an afternoon festival with the commoners. Gain $2 and 1 popularity. Enter a battle of wits and lose on purpose. Pay $2 to gain 2 power and 2 popularity. Drink too much and raid the storehouse. Pay 3 popularity to gain any 5 resources. Let's just party. Let's just party with them. What can go wrong? What can go wrong? We're getting famous. Keep walking the way of righteousness. That felt a little bit personalized, I suppose? The more workers you have, the higher the production cost. A little bit of Dead of Winter there. Every bottom row action requires resources, oil, metal, wood, or food. They can be produced by your workers based on their placement. Okay, mountain makes metal, farm makes food, tundra makes oil, forest makes wood, villages make workers. Lakes don't produce anything, and neither does the factory exactly. But they're all fairly well depicted here in the terrain type. Let's take a look at the produce action. The cost is related to the number of workers. At the start of the game, production is free. After making 2 workers, the power cost is unlocked, then popularity and coins. And the more workers you have out on the map, the higher the cost to produce, and the higher your possible production output. Possible production output. Okay. So this is produce. Okay. So we don't, I'm guessing most groups do not start with workers and production is free, as they say, except, except I guess you can't actually pick it up. I suppose we'll see. We'll see. Right now, the action will allow you to produce 2 resources on 2 territories. Or rather, produce resources on 2 territories, my bad. Number of resources that can be produced on each field corresponds to the number of workers working on it. Produce near 2 metal icons. Your 2 workers just produce 2 units of metal, but there's still 1 more production left. Let's not waste it. 1 oil or 3 wood. 3 wood for now. Excellent choice. The bottom row action is still out of reach though. That's it for this turn. Yeah, we can't build. We don't have enough wood, I suppose. Yeah. Wood to build. Spend wood to build a structure on a hex with at least 1 worker on it. Except bases and lakes. Only 1 structure can be built on each territory. At the end of the game, players will gain coins for achieving the goals shown on the structure bonus tab. That's right. And we can't access that. We can't access... Let me see it. Let me see it. The other way of getting resources is the trade action. It allows you to pay a coin and gain any 2 resources. Any combination of oil, metal, food, wood. This is especially useful if you want something that you can't produce. Let's buy some food. I just realized, okay, it kind of looks like honey, right? Especially with the color, it looks like honey. I don't think it's necessarily meant to be honey. I think it's just a jar of food. But in this icon, in the icon on the board, the territory one, it looks like honey. Here, not so much. It looks like a bag of grain that's open. You can perform a trade on any hex with your worker except the base. So it doesn't matter. Food. Second resource to gain. Okay. Coin was deducted and resources placed on the selected territory. Keep resources growing and your empire will flourish. That's it. Saxony. A scythe is both an instrument of farming and a weapon of war. For peasants, yes, but I thought that scythes were really not that good in battle. Like, it's really unwieldy, isn't it? It's partially a danger. Well, it's a great danger to yourself. If you have nothing else to wield, sure. Upgrading. Upgrading improves the efficiency of the infrastructure in your growing empire. The resource used to upgrade is oil. Unlock an additional gain for any top action with this symbol. Decrease the cost of any bottom action with the red cogs thing. Symbol. Mark. Enjoy using the improved actions. Select upgrade. Paying 3 from our oil fields. He looks like a little Texan, sort of. When you look at it from afar, he just looks like a Texan on his little oil field. When you zoom in closer, you can see he's not exactly Texan. Or is he? Or is he? It's also kind of funny that he's wearing shorts. Let's improve the move action. Currently, you can only move 2 units per turn. After the improvement, numbers will increase to 3. Next deploy action. So we can split the improvements. Now you've gained extra mobility plus made your mechs cheaper. In total, you can perform up to 6 upgrades, which will earn you a victory star. Upgrading can be a powerful early game tactic, plus you can now afford a mech. But we'll get to that next time. Man, the wolf's eyes. Dead white. Your workers rely on the protection of your military just as much as your empire depends on the resources they produce. Deploy. You can deploy mechs to protect your workers and expand your empire. The resources used to deploy mechs is metal. Each mech unlocks a new ability for all your mechs and characters. Mechs can be deployed on a territory with your worker, but not the lakes. Mechs can transport workers, resources, and participate in combats. So, produce mech. Gain an ability. Deploy on grass. Deploy on grounds. as long as there's a worker. I like the iconography in this game very much. I think it's very well done. Okay, deploy mech. With each mech comes a new ability. You can unlock them in any order. Disarm has already been unlocked in this game. Let's pick Riverwalk next. This will let us move to the continent. So, this is kind of neat too, being able to customize your mech. For a second, wait, hold on. Can I? Yeah, just how, look at this big boy. Like, I know that's not actually how big the mech is. It's just because we just have the small one, right? On this base. So we just have a blueprint hovering above it. So we only really actually have one option here because it has to have a worker. Because they're the ones who are making it. Move action and try out Riverwalk. Select a mech. Riverwalk ability allows your mech to cross the river towards the forest and the mountains. Please note the transport section, which allows you to pick any workers and resources. Workers don't get the new abilities, so the only way to get them across the river is to carry them with your mech. Okay, so I suppose that's a neat thing about the board here in that it's I want to say it's very literal, but so you have the ones that are lakes, but there's also just the rivers running through it, and those are actual blocks to your characters, unless you have Riverwalk. And I think this is why if it's a two-player game, you're not likely to run into combat very much because the board is so huge. If you're playing with more than two though, you are likely to start running into issues. Like if we look at the overhead, because of the way the rivers are placed too. So, you're actually locked in a tiny bit because you can't really cross the rivers. And it looks like, actually it depends on where you start because these people have a bit more space over here. These guys are stuck. These guys are stuck. They're not stuck. These guys are stuck. So only two factions here are not stuck. The ones in these particular corners. This one and this one. Blech. The boar and the hawk. I wonder if the... I wonder how much effect that has on the abilities that the individual groups have, the factions. If they have relatively weak abilities because they do not need to move on to the mainland so quickly. Or rather, they start on the mainland versus the others. Towards the forest and the mountains. So that's the only spot we can move to. The transport section, which allows you to pick any workers and resources. Workers don't get new abilities. Yep, carry. So first we have to put them in, then we get to move them. Our character got the upgrade. Boop. Each faction has different mech abilities. Make sure to check them when planning your grand strategy. That's important to know, especially PvP. What is the enemy capable of, theoretically? By default, units may not move across rivers or onto lakes. Build. You can build structures to enhance your actions, control territories, and get endgame bonuses. The resource used to build structures is wood. Pick any structure type linked with a top action. Build a structure on a hex with your worker. When not the lake, note that there may only be one structure on each territory. The structure bonus activates whenever you take an assigned top action. I took the liberty of placing 2 structures already. The mine and the armory. Thanks, game. Thank you. The mine acts as a tunnel that only you can use. Select the move action to give it a try. Doop. Notice how many tunnel-connected territories you can go to. Seems like Crimea left some supplies behind. Let's claim them. Okay. This came out in 2016. Let's leave the workers where they are. We'll need them later. And the move action, please. That's it for this turn. Let's try one of the actions connected with the armory bonus for now. Game popularity. Okay. Thanks to the armory, performing any top row action in that section gives you additional 1 power. Construct something new. Select build. Pay wood. All that wood. Select the mill. Place it on a hex. Territories you control with at least 1 worker on it and no other structures. The mill is ready. Now that you've got the mill set and working, let's see how it improves your economy. Select the produce action. The mill grants you an extra territory to produce. Produces as if it were 1 worker. An immovable worker. Kind of a case of, is it set to go? Oh. Okay. Final notes. Only 1 structure can be built on each territory. Opponents can't use your structure's abilities. A territory with 1 of your structures on it is under your control. They're peasants in 1920s alternate history Eastern Europe, so it's fantasy land, so let's say yes. Yes, they are paid very well. Very well. The power is in their hands. Without them, there are no mechs. Structures cannot be destroyed or moved. Alright, a territory with 1 of your structures on it is under your control. However, if an opponent's unit is on a territory with your structure, that territory is under their control. You may build on the factory territory. I vaguely recall that happening in the game that I was in. You can't build on lakes or bases. Good incentive to keep them around. Yeah. I mean, there are good options and bad options to pick for the scenarios. Not objectives, but yeah, scenarios for the factory cards. They do describe, they describe the workers and the mechs as going hand in hand. They cannot function without each other. Yours sincerely, Scythe Workers Union. If you lose in combat as a defender and have spent at least 1 power combat card, you're entitled to get 1 combat card. Yep, the compensation, but not from your opponent. Maybe board compensation is the better way to put it. Enlist. Enlist gives you passive income whenever opponents perform bottom actions. The resource used to enlist recruits is food. Yeah. It has a certain style, and it goes with that theme with panache. And yeah, I think the lady with the bear is like the promo image for it. Like if you have to pick one faction, I think it's that or the lady with the tiger, I think. But I think more people would recognize the bear lady. Well, like the lady with the bear. Oh god, what am I looking at here? Sorry, I just went to ArtStation really quickly. The main page is just sort of there's a lot of things on here. There's a lot of things on here. Just looking at some of his other pieces of art, and it's just kind of crazy. It's crazy. Some of it is actually kind of vaguely Warhammer. Let me grab this one up really quickly. Like, look at this one. Can I open it like bigger? Can I make it like full? Look at that. Okay, bigger. Look at this unit. Look at this unit. Literally. Kind of a how does this function? Where are his arms? His arms. And his legs. Like, is this section hollow pretty much for him to move his body around? Because it's more than just it's bigger than his body by far, but also at the same time like not quite big enough. Like I wouldn't imagine being able to get like a full range of motion unless they're kind of like hand trackers a bit, like a little bit of Ava going on there where you're not necessarily directly controlling, like your movements aren't one-to-one with the machine. At the same time, he's lighting a cigarette with his fucking... What even is this? Like a blaster? It looks like he really needs a cigarette, though. Yeah. I want to say... Actually, when is the next game coming out? Give me a second. I want to check up really quickly for when the next Scythe game is coming out. Expeditions. Shipping in July. Pre-order now. Standalone sequel to Scythe. New adventure into Siberia, where a massive meteorite crashed near the Tunguska River, awakening ancient corruption. An expedition led by Dr. Tarkovsky ventures into the taiga to learn about the meteorite and its impact on the land. Itching for adventure, heroes from the war privately fund their own expeditions to Siberia, hoping to find artifacts, overcome challenges, and ultimately achieve glory. Competitive, car-driven, engine-building game of exploration, designed to evoke similar feelings to Scythe even though the mechanisms are different. So it still has cards, mech, workers, and they already have the multiplayer and I can't pronounce it. Automa? Sorry, normally it's automata, right? But it's simply automa. Automa. The emphasis point. And then they have an Ironclad edition with metal mechs. I need to take a drink. Give me a second. So pre-order opened in February. Locked on the 22nd of February. July is pre-order fulfillment. August is Gen Con followed by retail release. Seven localization partners. They've got a cute, not cute, but they have a video for it too. The way the tiles are laid out it reminds me a bit of other games. Let me grab up that image real quick. Like one of the promo images that they have. Also, it's shorter. That might be a bigger thing. It's a shorter game. Because I think that this one might be, maybe not hampered, but it is 90 to 120 minutes. Versus this one, which is 60 to 90. A little easier to break out. Okay, image quality is kind of shit, but you can see that it's hexes, card hexes, or cardboard hexes? So customizable board, it looks like. And cute little maples. And solo play is available with the card game. I think that they've learned they cannot rely, or they want to make it accessible to people who may not have someone else to play with. Okay. So, food. Food enlists recruits. Pick an ongoing recruit bonus assigned with a bottom row action. Pick a one-time bonus. Get an ongoing bonus whenever you or your direct neighbor, player taking turn before or after you, takes an assigned bottom row action. Making sure I really understand this. Okay. Enlist. Pay attention to the opponent's combat cards. They already have got their recruits enlisted and aren't going to benefit from your enlist action. Hit the highlighted 3 hex. Grab 3 food. Choose the ongoing bonus first. Activate coin. Tied to deploy mech. Here, select a one-time bonus for enlisting a recruit. Allow it to pick any. Let's choose the option with 2 coins. Pay attention to the stats, your coins, and opponent's combat cards. So we're yellow, so it's 326. $337. So blue benefited. Your neighbors had their recruits already enlisted and got their ongoing bonuses for their actions. In a 2-player game, you may only gain this bonus once per opponent for each bottom row action. Recruits can grant you a nice passive income. The earlier you enlist them, the more you benefit. The amount of coins you earn during endgame scoring depends on your level on the popularity. We already read that one. Have they been repeating? Each player starts the game with 2 objectives that are kept secret from the other players. You can only achieve 1 objective star per game. You can read details by selecting the dove icon. Cultural win? Is that it? Fill an objective by controlling 3 tundra or 3 village. I might have an idea, but it's going to require a special ability. Okay, if you're Saxon, you can gain a star from each of them, so you could theoretically complete both. Or rather, if you can complete both, that's fine. Control at least 3 village territories at the end of your turn. Okay, so we're blue in this case. Just, where are the tundra? Oil. 1, 2. There's... Okay. And... Just more so we're a bit spread out here. Although, this game gives me a little bit of vibes of Alpha Centauri, with the hex placements and having prominent characters. Granted, in Alpha Centauri, the characters weren't on the board, but you had your initial rover scout character. Well, I shouldn't say character. It wasn't a character. Production unit, I suppose, going out and exploring, and you had like one or two people very, very slowly walking about too. Each faction has a special ability. You can check yours by clicking this. Nordic workers are accomplished swimmers who refuse to complain even when wading through the coldest of waters. They may move across rivers into any type of terrain except lakes. This ability applies only to workers, not the character or mechs. So our workers start with Riverwalk. While the character controls a village, we can use the swim ability for the workers to gain control over the other two neighboring villages. Let's select the move action. So, boop, for one, and then for the other. Everyone in position. Remember to mark the objective as completed before ending your turn. Complete and turn. Yeah, I hit the button. What? Thank you, the True Giga Zero, for the follow. Well done, you earned a star. Since you can only do one objective, the other became obsolete. I hope that we get a better introduction to the different groups. The pool of combat cards available in the game is limited to 42, huh? I wonder if there's a discard pile that will refill, or if when it runs out, it's gone. Munitions are gone. Either which way would work, I feel like, for the feel of it. You're 1 star away from ending the game, but earning a 6 star doesn't necessarily mean you've won. The goal is to have the greatest fortune at the end of the game. Oh! Ah, okay, it's that sort of thing. I get it now. Okay. In this final episode, we're going to get familiar with the scoring formula. Before we deep dive into the maths, let's check the structure bonus. We'll need it for the calculation. There's a phrase for this too, isn't there? Winning the battle but losing the war. I think that's how this plays out, isn't it? Over the tunnels, currently you have 2 buildings on the tunnels, which gives you $4. Scoring cheat sheet. Ah! Polania's score calculation. Coins in hand is 12. Structure bonus is 0. Stars, they have 5 stars, so it's $5 each. Territories, $4 each. There are 3. Resources, they have none. $49 total for Polania, which is us. Wait, no, it's not us. Enemy. Sorry, just the corner section is kind of a wait. I was checking over here and not over here or up here. Final score is a total of number of coins in hand, structure bonus, blah, 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 score preview. Nordic score calculation, coins in hand 3, structure bonus 4, stars 15, territories 8, resources $2, total of 38. Take your time to compare. Yeah, so we may finish, but we're not going to win, essentially, is what I'm seeing. Because they're so much more popular than we are. Oh. Oh, that's how it goes. Okay. That's really depressing. It's really depressing. Okay. If we had just not ignored the people, things would have been better, I think. Yeah. If we had just not ignored the people. So, I suppose this is just kind of a accepting loss if we want to end the game. End the game. Go the fuck home. Polonia Republic. Yeah, okay. Here's the endgame plan. Gain control over the factory. So it would be a case of just eking it out. Okay, so it's not a case of completing the round. It's a case of endgame condition is not, or the people, the group that ends the game are not the ones who win the game. Real quick. I'm going to copy this over to make sure I remember it. On to something else. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'm not going to remember this shorthand of what we're supposed to do. Gain control over the factory. Factory is 3 territories. Move a worker to a free tunnel. That's another territory. Build a mill on the tunnel. Costs 1, but we get bonuses. And that should be enough to win. Okay, so it is going to walk us through this. 1 worker to the factory. To the empty tunnel. To an empty tunnel. Oh. The slow-mo. Then build. Pay required wood. Pick final construction. Place on the tunnel. So, eking out a win. Eking out a win. The slow calculations. They're really rubbing in there, aren't they? Yeah. This feels excessive. Maybe it only happens because it's a tutorial. Sorry, just the fireworks shooting out. Can we go back to the board real quick? I feel really accomplished despite the fact that this is a pre-planned tutorial. Oh, that's really cute. Although you can't really see it against the tundra. Actually, I wonder really quick. Options. So they have board options for map colors. So we can try Doom and Gloom real quick. So I wonder if this is, when we zoom out, if that's Doom and Gloom. Moonlight? Oh yeah, this looks nice. This one looks nice, I like it. So I'm gonna zoom out. Sorry. How does it look? So just sheer black and white. And then there was Vintage 1920, which was zoom out to sepia. And defaults is probably do nothing. Yeah. So the board stays the same. I like Moonlight. I like Moonlight. I think it makes the colors pop on the icons better. And it's not that much more difficult to see rivers and such. And that's all the tutorials. Also, just kind of like, why is the paint shop? Actually, I could have just applied paints to all models. I thought that would be a little bit more involved, that you'd be able to custom paint, but I wonder if there must be mods available to do that. If you really want to change it up. Bonus inspection? And also, does rules... Okay. Rules actually pops out a PDF. Rules actually pops out a PDF. Okay, let's give it a go. Also, stats. Okay. Workers banished? You could banish workers? Places, summaries. Okay. Yeah, let's start a new game. Last action undo, unlimited undo. We're not doing that. We can do just last action. Promo cards. That's really neat. Having that sort of option available. Prevent bans mat combos. Rusviet, Industrial, and Crimea Patriotic might give an extra advantage and are therefore not officially recommended. I wonder if those are the corners. Probably not. Invaders from far. Oh. Okay, never mind. So I talked earlier about how two of the factions start on the mainland, on the continent, and that those are these two. That's these two. I don't necessarily know if I want to include them because of the fact that they're starting on the main board. We can just play with the default. So, Saxony, Crimea, Rusviet, Nordic, Polania. And difficulty, just the 3. Kind of a wait. Additional player. Is this kind of a... Is it multiplayer on one system? Is that allowed? Is that possible? We'll do a 3-player game. We'll do a 3-player game. Easy to start. To get used to it. And shall we be random? I wish it told us what the specials were, but it doesn't. Also, I don't necessarily... They didn't explain this. Like the bottom section. Oh, this is the mat! Okay, that's right. I think I vaguely remember hearing that the faction and the mat you get are separate. They each give you different bonuses. Hello, Thomas. Shenanigans. What sort of shenanigans? So, don't know what the bonuses for any of these groups are. So it's randomized, but also if a particular combination comes up, it cancels that randomization and I guess tries again. Chaotic fun. Gross, not gross weird. Oh, so we start as Rusviet. Structure bonus. Neighbor and count. Okay, so Rusviet agricultural. You can accumulate coins during the game. You'll earn most of them during. And yeah, we learned that part. Structure bonus. Neighbor encounters. Number of encounters adjacent to your structures. Only count each encounter once. These count whether or not the encounter tokens are still present. Rivers do not break adjacency. So we're against... Oh, we're against Crimea and Polania. Okay. Okay. There's enough space for everyone. There's enough space for everyone on here, except for maybe the factory. So we start with 3 power and 2 combat cards, and we have 7 agricultural coins and 4 popularity to start with. Oh, this is cinematic. No, we're going to defeat them in a cultural popularity contest. That's how we're going to defeat them. That's how we're going to defeat them. The music. It's not super happy. But I guess it's not a happy game. Sorry, the way it looks like gold in a pot. But I suppose food. What is the saying for the golden waves of grain? Is that it? She looks so surly with her bear. Actually, I just realized this is all the women. This is all the female characters against each other. Also, he's got a real neat collar. Thank you, Bartumble, Nord VTuber, for the follow. Sorry, the Nords are not getting played on this particular map, in this particular game. It's bad luck with the randomizer, I swear. It's bad luck with the randomizer. Oh, okay, some of my key combinations are being used here. Is it a little scratchy? Or is it my headphones? It might just have been me. Thank you, Patmos, for the follow. Yeah, I'm hearing scratches. I can't tell why. I'll just assume it was my headphones. Okay. So, our objectives. Nice to meet you. Thank you, Patmos, for the follow. Higher ground advantage. Control at least 3 mountain territories at the end of your turn. And build local infrastructure. Build at least 3 structures, none of which are adjacent to your home base. Okay. So what is our faction ability? Can we also see the faction abilities? We have Riverwalk. Oh, actually, no. Sorry, just looking at the Relentless here. You may choose the same action on your player mat as the previous turn. We get to ignore that entire part of the game. We don't have to. We can just hammer the same thing over and over. And Riverwalk. Oh, this is really neat, actually. Although, it's kind of a bit strange that there isn't really like a highlight for this to see. So it's I suppose I don't fully understand the visual here, but I'm sure it will get easier with time. I'm sure it will get easier with time. Oh, I suppose actually we don't have to worry about getting Riverwalk early because of the tunnels. Tunnels allow us entrance into the mainland, which is kind of creepy when you think about it. Except, I said that, and at the same time, like, the tunnel's on the other side. The tunnel's on the other side. Although there is that one thing that allows us to put a tunnel on the mountain. Like, go from mountain to any tunnel, so I guess that's a way around it. Multiple ways to play. Multiple ways to play. And also, just to show, I'm not really blocking a lot here. I'm blocking the description of Relentless right now, and the space that would have a factory ability if we weren't at the very beginning of the game. Oh, and now we can use Wasti. Excellent. Okay. During the tutorial, that wasn't really an option. So they have a gray now. It's kind of a neat. We have our workers working. Oh! Thank you. Thank you. Typo for the raid. Give me a second. Let me shout you out. Were you doing raking today? Were you doing rigging? Who are you rigging? Who's the next sibling? Half sibling? Hello, Nekima. And hello, Toby. And him. Welcome. Ayatori. Okay. Thank you, Ayatori, for the follow. And thank you, Save Him, for the follow. For those who don't know me, I am the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. I come out at night to play games, and tonight, under the moonlight, I'm trying out Scythe. I've played it before, physically, when it first came out, like 6 years ago. And it's a beautiful game. It's a beautiful worker placement board game, digital board game. I'm just playing easy against bots right now, just to get a better feel for it. We ran through the tutorials, but it's got gorgeous, gorgeous art by, I already forgot his name, but it was Jacob Brzezowski. And I was bringing up some of his art earlier, like this guy, like legit. Look at this unit. He's got a bunch of stuff, I should say, on ArtStation. I think this is Last Cigarette, is what it's called. Yeah. It's the description here is Iron Harvest in general. Like, that's the feeling of the game. He has a new game with his art, with the sequel to the game that I'm currently playing. The board game sequel is coming out in July. But yeah, so his ArtStation's really cool. Like, he'll have the finished piece and then going through how he paints it and everything and step by step. Like correcting his bear. Go back, something went terribly wrong. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful art. Kind of a dismal world. Farmers and mechs hand in hand in the 1920s in Eastern Europe. And with that said, we are currently playing in agricultural Russia, competing against Crimea and Polania. This is all random. This is all random. The selection of who we're playing against, I mean. But it's, and they all have an animal associated with them, so we're the tiger, Crimea has a hawk, and Polania has a bear. It's a beautiful, beautiful physical game, and the digital does a very good job of showing that off. Okay, time to actually play. Thank you, Mastermind Toby, for the resubscription. Welcome back to the garden. 4 months. That's a season ago. That's a season ago. Okay, let's see. Produce. So the aim of the game is to have the most fortune. Fortune being money. Represented up here. But the person who ends the game is the person who hits 6 stars first. There are various ways to hit 6 stars, which are described in, I believe, over here. I'm kind of blocking some of them, but game ends 6 stars. You can win 2 stars from combat, from hitting 18 popularity. You can have a star, having a lot of workers, a bunch of options, bunch of different ways to win, theoretically, as long as you hit 6 of those. There's a cheat sheet for scoring, so you don't accidentally win and end up miscalculating, or rather, you don't end the game without necessarily knowing if you're going to win the game. We have objectives, which are randomized at the beginning of the game per person. We can only collect 1 of these, unless you're a certain faction, in which case you can complete 2. But yeah, only if you're a Saxon. Recruitment is an option. Mech has different abilities. Yeah, so the earlier picture of the man in the mech, yeah, there are giant mechs in here. The workers build them. And our faction has a special ability. Normally, we'll wait on that. It's something that you wouldn't notice unless you played the tutorial. It's something kind of easy to overlook. It requires less planning on our part, though, which is really nice. A lot less planning. Don't need to worry about accidentally tripping ourselves up. More of a case of we could produce 2, but what do we want to produce? Metal? Don't think there's a reason to trade. Actually, what is this? I don't know if we saw... Whoa, okay. We did not see that. We did not see that before. That was not in the tutorial. That's a full listing of all our stuff across the board. Neat. So it keeps track of what's happened. So they produced, they moved. Going to do a quick check here. Okay. So important thing to note about this board is that the territory is actually shaped this way in terms of play. We cannot cross the river yet. We cannot river walk. We cannot cross the lakes. These are things that we actually have to worry about. And we've disabled the factions that are on the corners that start in the main continent area. So right now, we're actually limited to these 3 tiles. There are tunnels that let us slip around different locations. However, we don't have access to a tunnel in our 3 starting our tiny little section of the mainland, tiny island. Oh, okay. The same thing with Polania here, and I believe the same thing over here, yeah. We all start with... We start with a village, and oil, and a mine. Crimea starts with a farm. Mine is not the right word. A mountain. Mine is something that we can build on top of it. In a village. And the last one is a village, forest, and a farm. The other options... Okay, so it just so happens with this starting group that... Actually, wait. Okay, I'll take a drink. I have Irish breakfast tea today, not English. Irish breakfast tea. Thank you for the posture check. I've heard that you can hear when someone is not sitting properly. Voice sounds better when you're not slouching. Okay. So I guess it's just the Nords. I guess it is just the Nords who do not start with the village. Okay. They actually have the same loadout as us over here, the Saxons. So, more of a case of I have to wonder why we start with the same loadout, roughly, or like the same land types available. More of a case of why did they move? Oh, they moved their figure off the base, that's why. They moved their figure off the base. Oh, also note that they have 3 workers. Oh, because they produced a worker, that's why. What did they move? Ah, this is nice. This is nice, actually. So, see exactly what they produced. Does it highlight? It does highlight what was produced. And here with the movement, we can see exactly what moved. I wonder if this is going to encompass the entire game, play-by-play, or if it's going to get truncated after a while. Actually, deploy mech. If we get a mech, each worker may produce 1 item of its territory's type. So it'll be 4 turns waiting on this. I might actually just copy. The other one. Oils for upgrading. Right. Okay. That's it. This is supposed to be a 90 to 120 minute game? We'll see. We'll see. I usually find that those numbers are for a like well-oiled table. So they traded, they produced. Okay. It's kind of a chancy thing. We could theoretically move in here. I might actually want to do that. It feels kind of strange though. Oh, there's also the fact that I probably want to like collect. Actually, I don't want to collect yet. There's no reason to collect right away. So we produced material, we produced metal here, but it's simply on the territory. We don't actually, like, it belongs to us merely because we are here. That sort of thing. If we were to leave and if someone else were to move into the spot, it's their metal now. They get to use it. Okay, so something that's special about our faction, the special ability of our faction, is that we can hammer the same button over and over. Normally, the other groups would have to do produce, then do something else, and then they can select produce again. It's grayed out after use. But for us, because we're Rustviet, trying to make sure I'm using the right term here, because we're Rustviet, this is alternate 1920s history. We can hit the same button over and over and over. There's no penalty. Officially, there's no penalty. We are actually going to move, I think. Wait, we can construct a mine? We don't need a coin gain. Bolster power. Ah. Also, yeah, I need to make sure I don't do that too often. It gets a little awkward. But, yeah. What do you mean I can't move? I want to move. Can they not move? Hold on 1 second. I want to move. Why is it not letting me move? I'm going to check something really quickly. Do I have the option available for drag and drop? Okay, I'm gonna do that. This feels like something very basic that I'm missing here. Like, it should just be move them from one adjacent to another. Why can't I move them over here or over here? There's no reason I can't, right? It surely can't be because I don't have a mech yet. Like, the character should still be able to move. Let me double check. I'm going to check the rulebook. What am I missing here? It seems to be highlighted as if I can move. Types of units, setup, faction selection, combat cards, triumph deck, starting cards and track positions, player mats, faction mats, and gameplay. Produce, move. Okay. Do one of the following. Move 2 different units from one territory to an adjacent one, move one, then the other. Resources and workers. Units may pick up and drop off any number of resource tokens during move action. So, yeah, they should be... It should be fine. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong. There must be some fundamental thing I'm missing here. It's just click. Click. Click, click. Why is it not... I'm gonna turn off the drag and drop. Is there, like, something wrong? Because I have to confirm. That's really dumb. Okay. Okay. As long as I had to hit confirm. Okay. So we're gonna move over here for one. And they have to be two different groups. We're gonna move the other one over here. And theoretically then, because we moved, we can upgrade if we had oil, but we can't. Yeah, we have no oil. There's no point. Or rather, it's not a possible move for us. So they had their encounter. Popularity increase. And yellow produced. They produced oil. They produced oil? On a farm? Huh, that's weird. We're gonna move again. Actually, hold on really quick. More of a case of produce. We can just produce a whole... Wait. We could just produce a lot of metal that way. We could actually produce enough metal to produce a mech next turn. We're gonna confirm that we're gonna move. So he goes there. She goes there. Can we like flip the token, or does that not happen, I suppose, yet? I guess it doesn't. We get our encounter. Offer some advice to fix a broken pulley at a defunct crane. Gain $2 and 1 popularity. Haggle for some cheap ore from the mine's owner. Pay $2 to gain 4 metal. We could build a mech, right? We could have 2 mech. We could have 2 mech. Ah! Okay. The key binding is a little funny. That scared me. I thought it automatically selected it for me. I just wanted to show my excitement. Thank you, Ziel, for the follow. Cut the pulley loose without hesitation. Pay 2 popularity to build 1 structure. It's not like any of these are bad choices, right? None of these are bad choices, I feel like. I just realized the last one is pay 2 popularity. To build 1 structure? Wait. Oh, there's people on that pulley. There's people on that pulley. You fuck them over to do this. Thank you, Xyle. Is Xyle right, or is it Xylo? Is the 0 silent? Wow. I do want to haggle, but at the same time, we're already close enough. I don't want to be evil. Yeah. Yeah. At its face value. Just kind of, okay, whatever. Just reading what's there and not reading the undertones of what you're doing by paying popularity, by losing popularity. Okay, so it is Isle. We're going to choose, I guess, the good option. Even though this is a board game. Even though this is a board game, we're going to choose the good option. Okay, and there's nothing else for us to do. We'll produce next turn. Right, my mic might sound a little different today because I have the noise gate off. It seemed like it was really aggressive today for some reason. Like, super aggressive. I was trying to figure out for a while what was causing that, but I never figured it out. It was losing half my voice whenever I talked. So now we start the scroll. Okay. Nice clicky. Whoa, okay. Enlist. Okay. They're the first ones to enlist. I feel like I'm falling behind. I feel like I'm falling behind. But we're gonna be the first ones to build a mech in a little bit. in a little bit, we first have to produce the metal, actually. Then we have to actually, I guess, collect the metal. Also, we don't have any food. Well, actually, collecting the metal is part of the action. We're going to produce. Do we actually have to produce on 2 territories? Do we actually? No, I guess we don't. We can just produce on this. There's no way this can backfire by just aiming for the mech and that's it to start with. Absolutely none. Absolutely. Absolutely none. No. Trade, game popularity. So, stars. 4 mechs, 6 upgrades, 4 recruits, 8 workers, 16 power, 18 popularity. Okay. So 1 coin for any 2 resources. We get some food. We need 3 food. We have no farms. We have no farms. Okay. But there's farms right across the shore. What is going to be harder for us to acquire, I suppose? Actually, what is across the way opposite of that? Just more so the closest farms. So for like water walking with the mech, I believe it can go across the lake. Let me double check. Move across rivers. Okay. It's a river walk. We can't move across lakes. So it would be 2 to cross 2 movements. Okay. What are we going to produce? We'll produce... Can we do the food twice? There's nothing stopping us, right? There's nothing stopping us. There's absolutely nothing stopping us from doing that. Oh. Pay for. Township is kind of crazy here. Move between any village you control and the factory. That's really quick. We're going to Riverwalk. Any village you control in the factory. We're just gonna take Riverwalk. No. We only have the one spot with the worker. What? That's a lot of workers. They also enlisted. I'm the last person who's gonna have an enlistment bonus. Lovely. I can't afford that anyway right now. My option would be trading, and that's not quite right. I might want to produce, but I have to move first. That was... I can imagine people screaming the way I'm playing right now. We can't upgrade. But we have to move if I want to produce new workers. Actually... What? Oh, I didn't... This is... Oh, okay. That's how that works. Neat. I think I still want one of the mine. So... It's going to be a case of... moving him here. These guys pop out. Who else gets to move? So she gets to cross the river? Only in that direction. Only in that direction. It's not like there's a tunnel there. It's a bit strange. We'll move her out. We cannot do anything with the oil. Yeah, I feel like if this were a two-player game, it would be very independent. Oh god, they're 2 away. I'm 2 away, but they're going to get to the factory first. Hold on, how far away is the other? Okay, the other one still hasn't left base. It's not a bad thing necessarily. They've got other things to do. We're going to move. No, we're going to move again. So it's going to be... I want to move them onto the mainlands over here, onto the farm. No, this one. Kind of a... Let them go in... Actually, should I produce first and then move? Might want to do that. No, we'll leave it this way. Oh, we can jump over here, but that's not much of a benefit. We'll go over here for now. We're gonna end up in combat, and it's gonna be horrific. It's gonna be horrific. What is our might, anyway? Our power is 3, right. Our power is 3. What is... Sorry, it's more so, is there a way to see what Polania's is? Structure bonus, objectives, recruitment one-time bonuses. Wait, no, it's the down arrow. Oh, we actually have Polania. Polania has 0. Okay. Oh, they have 7 combat cards. Wow, okay. They can only apply 1 though per combat. Oof. Okay. Waste is probably not exactly the right way to put it, but we're going to produce. So 1, 2. And costs us power to do so. Because we need the upgrade to... Okay. I need to produce more workers. I need to produce more workers. What? I already feel like I'm way far behind. Actually, yeah, no one has any stars yet, at least. Also, just looking at popularity and such. Okay. We'll enlist. Nope. My bad. The other option is pay a coin to get outright power, pay a coin to get cards. I feel like this is overall better. And we'll do this. Food. This is really smooth. You saw that transition, right? The zoom in. Okay, so recruit. Left. So whenever either one of the other players takes this bottom row action, you gain power. You gain coin. You gain popularity. You get a combat card. Popularity, I think, is the way to go because that's the multiplier. That's the multiplier. And taking a look. Money is good. Money is good. But I think that building is... we'll go with this. We'll go with this. And the one-time bonus. Two cards, two power, two popularity, two victory points. Or rather, two coin. Coin can't hurt. But goddamn the amount of cards that they have. At least we got a card out of that. That's my first time playing Scythe in a number of years. A number of years. So, still kind of... I went through the tutorial earlier on stream, and now I'm it's fine. There's no such thing as being late. Except for me, because I'm, like, always late. Always late. My Twitter handle is late_primrose. I am... But we are playing Rospiet against Polania and Crimea. They did a good job with this. And things are kind of, yeah, against Polania. Alternate, well, I mean, if Scythe time, you know, don't let them explore too much. It's only a 3-player easy game. I honestly don't know what the different abilities are because they didn't explain it. They just kind of toss you in. Not even in the tutorial did they explain what the different abilities were. They just said that they had different abilities. Oh, they explained one of them. They explained the Nord ability, which was workers can water walk, or workers can river walk. So some things are becoming a bit more, I don't want to say clear. Things are coming back to me, but at the same time, it's a strategy game. So it generally takes me quite a bit to like pick up on things. I chose, this is a random assortment as well. I did tell it to not select from the 2 expansion groups because I thought that that might be a bit much for a for a beginner game. So no Togawa and no Albion. Which, when you actually think about it, like Albion and Togawa, they're on the mainland, and it's kind of the opposite of how history actually is, right? With the Nords and the Rusviets and Polania and Crimea and Saxony on the not on the mainland. Have you pre-ordered the expansion? Not expansion, the sequel? It's currently in pre-order on Stonemaier. I'm not being paid to shill this, I have to say. I only found out about it this earlier because someone mentioned it in the chat that there is an expansion, or not expansion, I keep saying expansion. There's a sequel that is coming out soon, and it's set to ship in July. Like, I wanted to play this because winter, it's a very dismal theme. I didn't realize that they just opened up the pre-orders for the sequel earlier in February. There's not much earlier than this, though. Like, I could have played it last week. I was thinking of playing it last week. I wanted to, but I had wanted to, like, refresh myself on the rules, and this week it was kind of, I still didn't make time for that. I'm going to play it anyway. We're going to learn together. When I go into playing Everdell, people don't know the rules, so it's fine if we go through the tutorial together. And I think this is more difficult than Everdell. It's still not like the most difficult board game that I've played. And it's not like I've played the campaign for, what, North Africa or anything like that. I'm never. But, or I should say it's not the most complex. But it's still something I haven't played in a long time, and like, how to put it? My local group, they're smart cookies. Most of them are smart cookies. I say most. There's just a hedging. But oftentimes, luck plays, how to put this? I do sometimes win against the others, but a lot of it I think is played into by luck of the draw. Luck is my strong suit. Strategy is not. Some are like fortune cookies that aren't fortunes. Yeah, some of the other people in my group are not very lucky. We played Machikoro, or rather, I don't know if that may have been a multi-game night, running 2 games next to each other, and one of the guys, very tactical, very strategic, he rolled incredibly poorly in Machikoro. He built on 6s or something like that. He emphasized 6s, did not roll a single 6. Like the entire game. he was... I feel bad for him. It was just really bad luck. It was just really bad luck. Okay. I wonder what this button does. Give me a second. Oh, it's a speed level. So I guess for the other players taking their turns? I'm playing against AI. Practice. It's practice. God, I'm still a bit miffed. I was playing Patchwork, and it feels really bad to admit that, like, the medium AI was kind of difficult for me. I don't know if I beat the medium AI once. Other games, not so bad. Patchwork, something was weird about it. Or I just didn't quite learn the optimal strats, but at the same time, Patchwork is kind of, it's got a heavy randomness to it. Or you have to think like really far ahead. But at the same time, it's only a 2-player game. Okay. The plan is to build more workers. Is it to build more workers? This wasn't even... I have only played it against another person once. I did it on stream. It was a collab with Juniper Heartstring. She's a ragdoll VTuber. So I asked her to join me to play it on stream. Since it's a quilting game. Ostensibly, it's a quilting game. So she learned it on stream. I helped her. I taught. I taught a bit. The game taught too. She won best, I think. Best out of 3. My strength is in breadth of games, not necessarily depth. I swear. But I generally don't play board games online against other people. I save that for in person. I have a library of games. And a group that I tend to play them with. So, do I produce or do I move? I could move into the factory right now. I don't know if that would be beneficial. I guess it would be. Like, it is. If I move... I kind of want to produce, but I also want to move. Where do I move them to? We'll produce. Two people. I wish I had... this is all my fault, really, just looking at it. I came all this way here for the green, and now I'm kind of backtracking on it. Okay. What? 2? Oh, it's a tunnel, that's why. My bad. Okay. Okay. Haha. Oops. I want a mill so bad. Going to move. Move in there. Factory card. I really hate the hover state for this though. But I suppose it really is just specifying a bit more, not even clearly, because this is fairly clear. Pay money, pay card, get 2 production. Pay card, get 3 money. Pay card, get 2 popularity. Pay a resource, get a card, and 2 power. And always you can move. Move 1 unit 2 times. I'm already falling behind, it feels like. Technically, I don't think I am. Technically. But it sure feels that way. I don't really have enough action cards for this to be worthwhile, but at the same time... Pay a card for 3 monies. I don't really want to pay a resource because I'm actually kind of resource poor, honestly. For popularity. I already have a method for popularity, so I feel like because I'm money rich and resource poor, I should be choosing this, except for the cards. Except for the cards. The only way to get cards is bolster, huh? This would actually be way more useful. Actually, you know what? I'm fine with that. I'm fine with this. I'm fine with this for now. I might regret it later. This would actually be a very good option if I were a different faction where I'm not able to hammer the same thing over and over. I have no oil. I cannot upgrade. Yeah, I'm losing. I'm losing by a bit. Not by a huge amount, but these things can... They may not scale linearly. God damn Poland. God damn. I mean, I'm sorry, Polonia. They are spreading out quite a bit. Do I have a big turn coming up? No. No. My big turn was hitting the factory. My big turn was hitting the factory, so I have an extra action set available to me, and only to me. Which doesn't cost me some other things. It's a strategy game. It's a strategy game. Fuck. I can produce. Produce 2. What I guess I really want is oil. What I really want is oil. I can only produce 1 oil. I could do a move. If I do that... Sorry, this is Poland. Polonia, I'm sorry. Polonia has 10 fucking cards. Oh boy. Wait, what is their power? Their power is 1. Okay, I'm not risking that. I'm not risking that right now. We are going to produce wood, oil, and another worker. Okay. Yeah. We're doing a factory action. It's more of a case of like... I'm a little stuck here, like... Oh, actually, I didn't even check these. 3 mountain territories. Build 3 structures, none of which are adjacent to my base. It's more of a case of, okay. Like, double checking, it's kind of a case of I am selecting this option. Now, can I select what gets built or not? Because it made it sound like I could. And then, like, let me select the bottom one, please? It just feels a little strange here. A little worrisome. Like I'm missing something. Okay, that's weird. Oh! Because I had to select my combat card for it? Because I had to select a combat card for it. Okay. Oil. Grain for enlistments. Nope. Nope, I don't. I'm going to move. But where am I going to move? Move 1 unit up to 2 times. Honestly, I guess the things I could do would be to move this guy. Actually, yeah. Because the mech will go back. Pick people up. No. Because the mech moving once is its move. Unless I do the same action again, honestly. And have it act as a quick ferry across the water. That might be the option to take. And then have this guy spread out. But at the same time, I'm not making great use of this ability. Wait, he can cross there? He can cross? Oh, because tunnel. He can cross there because of the tunnel. Where else can he go? That's kind of... It's funny in a really dumb way. Go to the other farm. There's no woods that he can go to, huh? There's no woods. That's the only woods that's in a tunnel. That's neat. That's neat. Not what I wanted, though. Not what I wanted at all. But if my next one is also a move, it's a move of 2. I might just do this to block a bit. I'll do that. Also, the aim is to control, I believe, 3 mountains. That's one of my, 3 mountain territories at the end of my turn. So that works towards that. They got their first mech! Sometimes the music makes me think of viticulture a tiny bit. Like the sadder parts of viticulture. Or maybe the more like, mafia undertones. So we got popular. We are 1 short of that. Do we move again? We can't actually produce any grain. We can produce oil, which is good. We can produce oil. We can produce oil and metal. I kind of want to produce grain, though. If we take the move action... We'll produce. And also the fact that... Well, actually, it doesn't really matter, I suppose. How is the outright power going? Okay. We can afford to do this. But, oh, we wanted the movement more so. And we're going to give up this combat card. What? Yeah, there isn't a problem with me using it again, is there? Wait a second. Hold on. Hold the phone. Are we not allowed to use that? Despite us being Russian? That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's bullshit. They should be able to spam the same thing over and over. It's the entire point of being Russian. Yeah, this is the mech game, Scythe. Yeah. It's, we've got, Polania lady with... Okay, the map is a little funky. Where is she? Where is she? Okay, so we have the Rusviet lady with her tiger, the Crimea lady with her hawk, and her giant mecha thing, and the Polania lady with the bear. And she doesn't have any mechs yet, I don't think. Let me double check actually on the... Yeah, only 2 of us have mechs so far. And there's my... Look at this thing. It has size for... It's just like a red pincer. Pincer? Pincer. Yeah. Also, I've already advertised this. This is not a paid... I'm not being paid to play this game or paid to advertise, but there is a sequel to the game coming out. It's in pre-order right now for February. And in July it comes out. Like, it's getting... July is shipping. I did not know that when I chose this to play. I just wanted to play it because it's kind of like a dismal winter theme. Sorry, I'm trying to find up on the board, so to speak, because like every time you swap, like you re-angle the board, the icons will move with you, which is why there's kind of that weird snapping in place. You'll see that everything kind of shifted, so everything's still facing you. But the board itself, the tiles are not. Or like the board itself is not. So like the factory in the center here is now sideways. We can turn it completely upside down. But hey, look, the lake is still upright. So it's kind of neat, but it's also a little annoying because I want to like do it just so, and it snaps. Unless that's an option. Unless it's like the camera animations. Oh, free camera angle. That might be it. Let's try that. Okay. Thank you for the rate. I'm going to uncheck those because I don't know what they did. That's weird. I was hoping it would do something a little better. But, welcome raiders. Thank you, Corpse, for the raid. What were you up to today? Oh, you're playing Dark Souls 3. Okay. Coming from a game where strategy is kind of important to this, where strategy is even more important. But today, I'm the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf. I come out to play games at night. And I've been trying to play board games one night of the week. This week I am trying Scythe. I've played it before, many years ago, closer to when it came out. Have a good night, V. I played this game, the board game, physical board game, when it came out in closer to 2016 than today. It's probably a classic progression. This has also kind of got a dismal feeling. Yeah, I think I'm getting my ass kicked by the AI, but that's okay because this is learning. This is learning. So, we let the computer pick the factions and everything. The factions and the type of faction they were in this instance. And we are Risviet's base, or rather we are Risviet, and we start with an agricultural focused board. And we are playing against Polania and Crimea. Again, this came out in 2016. Other options would have been Nord. There's an expansion for Albion and for Togawa. And then there's also another group over here, Saxony. It's a very well designed world. It's actually based on a world created by an artist, and I have some of his art up here. So like this is one of the pieces that he did for it. Or rather, did in general for this world. His stuff is available online on ArtStation. I can provide the link. And also here's an example of like another one of his pieces of works. Recently. It's called The Last Cigarette. This is 1920s Eastern Europe. Kind of I don't want to call it like farm punk, it's iron harvest is the description. Workers and mech go hand in hand. It's a strange world. Yeah, diesel punk robots. Yeah. Okay. Here. And he's got a new game coming out. It's a sequel to the game that I'm currently playing. It actually just went up for pre-order earlier this month. Pre-orders close this month, and it will get shipped out in July. It's by Stonemaier. They make really good games. I played another Stonemaier game on stream. I played Wingspan. This was by accident. I didn't actually... I wanted to play this game because it's a very kind of dismal winter theme. I wanted to play it in the season. But yeah, I'll drop the link to his ArtStation because his art is really cool and it's the basis for the game. Like explicitly. It is licensed from him. This world. But yeah, I am facing two easy AIs right now. He also has explanations in his ArtStation and in a lot of the pictures that he had. Well, no, maybe not a lot, but the few that I checked out, a number of them showed the progress in that particular piece of art. Like how he entirely changed the positioning of the bear because he didn't like the way it came out the first time. Yeah. And I believe that all the art in here is also his. Right, I was going to do this action, but I can't because even though I am Risviet and we are relentless and we are allowed to play the same section of our player mat as the previous turn, I suppose that cards earned from the factory do not count as part of our player mat, so we can't just spam that option, unfortunately. I wanted to spam. I guess I can't. Actually... Sucks. Just thinking, I wouldn't have moved him down here if I didn't know that I couldn't do a move the next turn because I can't get a third grain to enlist. I can't get a third grain to enlist, so I have to produce something else. So it's like, I produce more workers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6. So how much does it cost extra? If I hit 8... Ooh, yeah. Let's score preview. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Oh, holy shit, I'm not last. I'm really surprised. So, the aim of the game is to be the most prosperous, to have the most fortune. Fortune is money. It's the same thing. Fortune is money. However, the game ends when one of the players hits 6 stars. So just because you end the game does not mean you win. So it's kind of a, oh, some of them are further along the track than I am. But then looking at the actual score preview, I'm not doing the worst. I'm not doing the worst. It's nice playing the digital version because otherwise you'd have to be doing these calculations in your head. Like, you might think that you're winning, but you forgot something, perhaps. I'm probably going to kill my score right now by doing this, honestly. I'm probably going to kill it. So we're going to be able to upgrade. I can produce 2 workers. I'm probably hampering myself a lot by doing this, actually, by spreading out my workers more so. I don't have wood. I can't build any... I need wood. I need to also have control over 3. Getting confused and doing things manually is half the fun of physical tabletops. Oh, what board game? Yeah, this is it's an Iron Harvest board game. 1920s alternate history, Eastern Europe. It's a worker placement if you want more of like what type of board game is it instead of like what is the atmosphere of the board game. It's worker placement. And there's some combat involved. Half the fun of physical tabletops. Admiring the beautiful minis, admiring the beautiful physical pieces, not cutting yourself in the sharp metal minis, not accidentally spilling your drinks all over the board and ruining the cards, and eternally marking them in what should be a pure deck. This is why you sleeve. Even though it can slip through the sleeve if it just lands wrong. I've had a couple of games that have gotten spilled on at the bar. Poor Zaya. Poor Zaya. Yeah, it's really fun with like having a number of the people that I play with do Kickstarters, so they often get the metal upgrades. Or, you know, just not even third party, but more like sometimes they offer it afterwards if it's not a Kickstarter thing. Upgrade options. Upgrade options. And it also makes them a little easier to find in the dark. And when they fall with the clanking noise versus cardboard, which can... I want to say, more than once someone has forgotten a token behind on the floor. And also the vacuums don't pick up the metal ones quite as easily. Okay. So we have multiple ways to hit 6 stars. Increase popularity, increase power, complete objectives, workers, get recruits. Objectives are kind of peaceful ways to earn a star. Higher ground, control at least 3 mountain territories at the end of our turn, or build local structure. They both count the same. We currently control 2 of those, so it's just kind of a case of, well, depending on how things go, I might be able to slip into a 3rd one. Oh, thank you for the follow, Suki. Let's see. Do I want to produce again? I probably do. Jeez. I need more combat cards. Oh, and then I can upgrade, but what do I want to upgrade? What do I want to upgrade? I actually know. I know exactly what I want to upgrade. I want to upgrade produce. move. Move him over there. And just thinking about our options here. What else would I want to move? And actually the answer might be I don't want to. I only want to move one of them. Unless they split up, because we can only have a maximum of, I believe, 8 workers. 1, 2, we have 5, 6, 7, 8. We have 8 workers. So I'll start divesting them of here. I'm going to double check real quick. Yeah, 8 workers. Confirm. They're moving. Ah. Do we want transport window? Oh, this. We're gonna move them back over here. I was wondering what those were. It's a bit unusual. Okay. Okay. And we are going to upgrade. Unlock an extra benefit for any top row action with this. Ooh. Oh, I have to pay first. My bad. I have to pay first. I could make it way cheaper to enlist. I can make it cheaper to deploy. I should probably make it... It feels like it's a bit late to do this, honestly. It feels a bit late. It's so late. I already have a mech, though. I need to do more enlistment. I need to do way more enlistment. We're not even mech fighting. There has not been a single fight, as far as I know. There has not been a single fight. In a 2-player game, it's very easy to get away with not fighting. In a 3-player game, especially because of how far apart we started, it's understandable that we haven't fought yet. Look, this is the, like, farming section. This is the farming simulator of the 1920s Eastern Europe game. But yeah, we started quite far apart. If it were a full board, or even the... 1, 2, 3, 4. If it were a 5-player game, there probably would have been conflict already. I feel like the time I played, we played with a 4 or 5-player group, and it got... I don't want to say it devolved, but... we got into each other's hair more often than not. Sorry, just looking at the amount of territory under control right now. Do I want to do this, essentially? Enlist recruit. I probably do. Or I can move. Or I can move. I could move. We'll do this probably. Bolster power. I'm just debating right now because bolster power is more of a generic power sort of situation, and the cards are... they're not worthless. They're not worthless. I can use them to pay as an alternate source for this. It's more of a case of if I want to move quickly or not. People do tend to develop into monsters. Yeah, but we haven't hit that stage yet. We haven't hit the stage yet. Look at our robot. Look at our robot right here. He's a friendly little dude. Look, he's got scythes for arms. This is for farming. This is farming equipment. Farming equipment. We're the good guys. Look at Okay, they don't have a mech yet. They don't have a... Look at these. Okay, actually, they're also looking like farming equipment. Actually. It was going to be like, look, it looks like a machine of war, and it's kind of a... It doesn't even have arms. It's got, like, tractor wheels. It's like a glorified bicycle... Mechanical bicycle. Tricycle? Yeah. What else am I supposed to do? Who are the good guys here? Okay. Yeah, I really hate the perspective changes that it goes through. I just want to... Is it changing? Okay, it's changing everything. I just want to have it up like this. Combat is optional? Yeah, I don't have to. I don't have to. It can just be cultural. Look, again, we're almost halfway through, potentially, and we haven't had a combat yet. Okay, so we're gonna do this, actually. I'm going to do this after all. I'll take a card. We get a 2! Wait, we get a... Yeah, okay. That's not a great one. Oh, we're gonna pay money. Mech Wars. If you want a mech game, there's plenty out there. I don't really actually play them. I don't really do a whole lot of sci-fi, honestly. I really don't. There are people in my group who have. They went all in on like the Robotech Kickstarters. They haven't actually put together their models yet. I don't think they've gotten them together or painted them yet, even though it's literally been like half a decade since I think it came out. I think it's actually out of print now. Let me check real quick. But yeah, there is a Robotech. I think it was Robotech? Robotech board game, like mini game. Oh, what was it? Robotech RPG Tactics. Oh, no, wait, actually it's still in print? I think it's still in print. If I remember the cover correctly. Trolling Redeem? Oh, I turned that off for... I turned that off for a specific reason a few streams ago, I think. But, yeah, no, I forgot to turn it back on. Give me a second. Are you going to make me not able to say the word D again? Is that your plan? What? I think I may have turned it off for ASMR. For reading. There is another Robotech game that I say board game, it's... I need to look it up real quick. It's a very... I shouldn't say it's very simple. It's a relatively quick game. It's like a 10-minute game. Ace Pilot. Ace Pilot's pretty cute. Let me grab that up. Okay, we're gonna open this up, and we're gonna open... Where is it? What? Okay. I shall endeavor to not say that word. I shall endeavor to not say that word. There isn't actually anything in here that really shows the game off. Oh, one more thing. I need to spell correctly. So, real quickly, this is the... This is the Robotech game. The simple one. Yes, that's my alarm to myself, and the overlay didn't work correctly. Okay. Give me a second. I have to put up a timer. Timer set. It the timer should have shown in the lower right corner, but the timer has not appeared. So the timer shall be done manually. This is the simple Robotech game. It's pretty much the game cleans itself up. The game cleans itself up. Or rather, decleans itself? That might be the better way to put it. Players take turns using characters to kill robots in the center field. In this black plastic container thing, according to patterns. Each one of them has points associated with it. Person with the most points at the end wins. That word is a contraction. So I feel in the spirit that contraction counts. Very hard to not use that contraction. Very hard. Okay. Back to the game. Back to the game. Oh, I was choosing something. I was choosing an upgrade. And list feels useless. Build is done. Deploy. Upgrade. What shall we take? We will take combat cards. I feel that is the best option. Spread the wealth. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. I have a bit of... No more tea. No more tea. Water only now. Nothing to do but end. Nothing to do but end. Tea is nice. I picked up a new one, but I don't remember the name of the tea. I'm quickly going through the blood orange Tizan. And I'm out of Earl Grey. Oh, I probably don't want this up anymore. Also, let's just check real quick. Huh. Tight. Ooh. Ah, timer's up. Timer's up. Okay. What? Just hold on. Okay. What do you mean, is it really? What do you mean? Tea's great. Do you not like tea? There's a whole world of tea out there. It doesn't just have to be tea leaves. Okay, we did our enlistment. We are... We got our first star! Why did we get our first star? Oh, okay. It does explain why we got stars. Good. Oh! You were baiting me. I did not realize that was bait. I walked around the bait? Oh, I failed. So, what is it? Cat ears, maid outfit, trash can. Pick one. Pick one. I can preview any of them. I can preview any of them. Cat ears. Okay. Give me a second. This was something that I had automated, and then I renamed everything so they broke. I renamed... Actually, wait. Did I? Nope. Yep. Yep, it's broke. I have to redo it manually. Okay. Place one over here. I thought, I'll rename everything so it's easy to find after I've already put everything together. So it's like zoom in, a little bit of a tilt up. These are kind of the same size, right? Kind of. Is this better? I think this is better. Close, close. It's broke. Look, it did break. It did break. I used to have the default naming, and then I decided I'm going to have things named properly. It's going to be... Five-minute timer. 5-minute timer. But I changed words. So, from cat-ears-green.png to ears, cat green.png. That sort of change. So ears will always be next to ears. Yes, that is my cat. I keep all ears open for cat noises. Cat noises are very important in my life. Cats make lots of noises. Cats make lots of noises. Headbands ears. Headbands ears. Better than for outlawing single letter noises. Ah was hard to not say. Ah. Also shriek. Shriek for horror game. Horror, quote unquote. Little nightmares. Spooky. To some. Scary to me. Ah was probably hardest. Ah was hardest. Let's see. Would also be bad for me. Forgot what I was doing. Oops. Right. Moving so you can see extra actions. I did not reset. I did not reset timer right. I did not reset timer right. Okay. When IRL word ban hits 6 minutes ago. Over? Three minutes ago currently. 3 minutes ago currently. 4 minutes ago currently. Produce? Produce. Move. Move. Move is action to take. Double move? But produce. Kinda dumb here. Can't produce more villagers. That's best thing I could do, but illegal move. Pretty sure. Pretty sure limit is 8 workers. Oh, oil! Oil good. Oil ready. Oh. My bad. Look. I do what I must. I do what I must. Oh, that was bad. Autobots loadout. Is that right saying? Why that way? Why that way? Combat. Combat could be had. Also 6 minutes, thank fuck. I made it! I made it. Okay. But seriously, why can't I just like go straight across? Am I not able to cross the river this direction? That's so weird. That's so weird. Like, there's a section on the board for Riverwalk. Yeah, I don't get it. Look how little I accomplished when I had to use my brain power on not saying a word. Yeah, it doesn't really show very well there. Doesn't really show very well there. I could go all the way to the other village. That's dumb. I shouldn't say it's dumb. It's just kind of like, why? I could do this. Bunk, bunk. And turn. Then we produce. We're gonna produce a ton. A ton. Oh shit, they have 3 mechs. Oh fuck, they have 3 mechs. Okay. My hair looks a little wonky. Give me a second. Is it because it's attached to... Like, which piece is it attached to? I guess it's just kind of the way it goes. Maybe if I angle it a little bit more up. Oh well. I'll just have to live with it. One day I'll get real ears. Real extra animal ears. And we can produce on 3. So in that case, 3 wood, 2 oil. Oh, we already have 2 oil. Right, so we can upgrade. We can move and upgrade. Do I want to move again? I don't know if I do. But I do want to upgrade. But I want wood. We will produce. But we'll be 1 short of being able to have all the wood available, which kind of sucks. I do move, actually. If I do that, we'll go with this. Can I actually do this? Yeah, no, we can't. Yeah, I feel like I've lost the grip on this. Rospiet is not in control here. I'm pretty certain. I think the only thing that we're really working on here is popularity. But popularity does count for a lot in this game, actually, so... And there's also the fact that we're here. But we're here, we're kind of... I don't want to say we're stuck here, but man, I don't want to move. This counts as 3 territories. This is actually quite a bit. The full might of my army? My 1 fucking mech. And the tiger. Okay. Do I move? Where do I move to? Sorry, just looking at this. Gain a power when you use trade. I'm not using trade a lot. A tunnel. Mine. And then we have monument. Whenever you use bolster, you also gain in popularity. The character counts separate from the mechs. It's its own power thing. God, how many other cards? Yeah, okay. Wow, we actually, no shit, we only have 3. It's kind of a wow, we're not doing so bad. And kind of a nope, they just placed us in a specific order. Oh, thank you, that one Nekosune for the follow. Okay. If I move, I would probably actually want to move one worker here, leave one worker here, and what would I want to do with all? I guess I would move one worker onto this and then move him over here, actually onto the mountain. Yes, actually, we do want that. This is a good. Maybe not the best move, but it is a move that we could do. And it spends our oil. So we're going to... actually, no, we're going to pop this guy over here. And get this guy, move him. He can't move across that way? That sucks. Why can't he? Why can't he move this way? To move back. Can he move across? I'd hate to move over here to find I can't move this way. Oh no, I do want to do this. So, did you actually do that? Did you actually be popular? Were you a good ruler? You got max combat influence? So you won 2 stars? Oh wait, combat influence. Power? Or did you just get the 2 stars? And population was 0. There's always next time. Rewind the clock. Rewind the clock. Oh, we have to spend the oil. Get 2 cards. We could do an extra move. Extra coin, extra popularity, extra cards. You might do this. Although this is 3 things that have to move. 3 bits that have to move. Still winning on that regard. Yeah, popularity is a multiplier for your points, so yeah. I can see why. I can see why. So did you actually, you didn't say whether or not you won that game. Did you lose? Then again, it doesn't really matter if you win or lose, as long as you had fun playing, right? And learn something. Learning something is also important. That's what I tell myself. I never really take that action. I have taken that action once. I use the move a lot. I use the move way too fucking much. If you're popular, we can make you not. You don't have to be popular to do that. You can just use the. You can redeem your points for that. It has nothing to do with popularity. We're going to make it cost one less. I remember once reading The Art of War. I remember very little from it though. That was decades ago. I don't actually know if I still have that book around. That copy. That exact copy. Just making sure. God, look at all the crap. He's got one fucking tile. Look. This is... They're living a brutalist lifestyle right here. Popularity multiplies points. Subbing multiplies points. I've heard a tier 1 sub multiplies points by 1.2. I don't actually know if that's the number. I think that's what the number is, but I don't really pay super much attention. I remember there was a big kerfuffle years ago about them like messing with the point structure, and then they ended up changing it to be following is 1, because before, I think when they were trying to rejigger it, they had put it down to like following without a tier whatever sub was less than 1, so it became slower to earn points. That was what, 3 years ago? I think it was before COVID? I think it was before COVID. I feel like I haven't acquired more than like 50k. I say 50k points. I don't currently have more than a bit under 50k points on any one channel. Some of them because I spend the points, because they have like 10k things, and others just because it's a bad stream time, so I watch VODs instead. Suffering. VOD life is suffering. Okay. Everything on yellow. One tile. One tiny tile. Oh, is he actually... More like... I forgot. He's got a bunch of people in there, doesn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, he actually doesn't. Does he? Is he empty? Is he actually empty? I think he might be. Okay, in any case, it only cost me 3 wood to build something, so what would I want to build is the case. I probably would want to actually... build a mill, I think? Healthy Twitch. Some days I sleep a lot. Some days I sleep a lot. Other days I don't. And sometimes, because of the time of things, I might wake up, put something on, and then fall back asleep to it. I like comfy streamers. The laugh? The cackle? Gain 1 popularity. But I don't really I should bolster more. I don't... Oh shit, I'm behind on popularity. I'm behind on popularity. More of a case of... I want it to move. I want it to move. But we're going to do this first. In order to build, we have to do this. I'm good at scaring the kids with the witch laugh. I don't ever really do that. I'm going to produce a mill. It's just a case of it just happens to produce. In that case, I probably want it on the mine so I can produce more. Produce more metal. Okay. Kind of a case of, we can do this, this. This. 3 wood. Choose 1 structure. And we're going to produce a mill. We're going to place it here. We're going to place it here. And that's that. We are still not in last. We're still not in last. I'm a little worried now. You saw that mech drop, right? You saw that mech drop over here? I have a lot of money, but not the most. I kind of spread myself a bit thin here with the territory. We can afford a mech now, but we can also afford an upgrade. Okay, what I wanted to do was move. Transport. Okay, so he just can't cross over into this, I guess. We can't cross into... Oh. I guess we can't cross into these areas at all. That's probably it. That's... Ugh. Okay. Sorry, now I'm looking for where the tunnels come out. Like, where can I tunnel to that happens to have iron nearby without running into someone else? And the answer seems to be good fucking luck. It's over there in that corner, which I would have to run into this one. Or over here, which I would have a path to, actually. I would have a path to. We're going to move them over here. It's kind of a case of... no one has come into the factory. It's not very safe of me to do this, to leave the factory, but I want to... You know what? Hitting verb. What do you mean? For like the... In the case of the word ban? I think so. I think so. I don't know if I want to move my character this way. I should specify. There are three different types of pieces on the board. There are the workers, there's the mechs, And then there's the character. Like, the character is a separate thing. There's only one character. There can be up to 4 mechs and 8 workers. But the only things that really count in battle are mechs and characters. And you don't start with any mechs. So it's more of a case of, she's my main fighting unit, I guess. So, like, her being here keeps other people off of it. It keeps other people off of it. Okay. We're going to upgrade. What are we gonna upgrade? Move, coin gain, power, popularity. Man, oh shit, I am out of popularity. We're gonna do this. And when it comes to the rest of it, we can make builds even cheaper. Okay, but we're gonna make mechs. We're gonna make mechs cheaper. We're gonna make mechs cheaper. I should have done a shit ton more enlisting. I thought, like, oh, 13 rounds is a bit much. This is not beginning of the game anymore, and now we're in round 21. It's kind of a, yeah, maybe I should have enlisted more. I don't think I'm getting nearly as much benefit as I could be out of it. I have to get a better feeling for how many rounds a game should be. Infantry or fodder? There's no infantry. It's workers. They're workers. They don't... I don't really... You don't want to get workers involved. That loses you popularity if they get involved. It's not very cool to send your peasants into battle. If you lose. If you lose them. No one is banned B. No one is banned B. Someone may have banned I. What is the score now? Score. Ah, fuck. Score's bad. Score's bad. Okay. We can upgrade more. Man, I wish I didn't spend so much time trying to get to this tile, not realizing that, like, you cannot access it. It is inaccessible. I had forgotten that part. Timer started. Nice Catherine emote. All words, bans. All words bans 6-horn Taurus list because that might extreme because that word would hit these words. Those words bad? That complete list? Question mark? Outside knowledge base. Outside my knowledge base. can say can say pronouns. Verbs problem. Not linguistics major. Not my wheelhouse. Very long time since taking classes on linguistics. What next? What next? Had plan forgotten. Plan forgotten many, many times. Upgrade. 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 Make max. Move. 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 Move mech. Oh, so dumb. Or coin game dumb. Not meat. Not meat. Garden elf. Oh, tunnel. 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 Slow. Easy. Wild. 2. 1, 2. Ah! Can't do this one. Can't do this one. Can do this one. Planned. Oops. Oh! Retreat. Huh. Accidental aggression. My bad. Excellent. Okay. I am free. I am free. Free at last. Free at last. I had a plan, but I've forgotten it. I did have a plan, and now it's kind of a case of, wait, do I abandon some of these places? Because territory. I don't have a plan. Okay. Oil. Upgrade. Upgrade movement because I've been doing that this like entire fucking time. Do we make it cheaper to build more or cheaper to deploy? Fuck it. No. Oh! So, excellent. This is kind of... I kind of forgot that I didn't have to... I didn't quite realize I'd be in control of it at the time. So the score's really close now. Except the others haven't finished their turns yet. So... Okay, yeah, it's really tight. It's really tight. So now this doesn't actually matter. I don't care about this spot. What I do care about is this. Spend money to get popularity, spend money to get trade actions. I should have done this. Huh, okay. So, mech abilities. Any village you can control in the factory. If we can combat where you have at least one worker you can play an additional combat card. The People's Army. And speed. I'm planning on making a whole bunch of mechs. I'm going to get these all. It's just a question of what's useful. Ah! Why haven't I won yet? I was using my brain power for other things. I was using my brain power for other things. That's why. But thank you, Rabu, for the subscription. For continuing your subscription. Welcome back to the garden. Verbs might be the meta. Look, I've won twice against chat for not saying words. I lost once. Well, obviously with the ears. With the double ears. 2 years. Yeah. Solely via eyebrow. Solely via eyebrow. Beaverger actually malfunctions a few days ago, and I didn't realize just how much like it adds to everything. Like being able to do all this. Papa did a good job. Okay, I don't have a plan aside from more mechs. I should actually probably produce oil. What is going on here? What is this again? Why am I doing so poorly in this? Building structures. I have very little structures, that's why. I have very little structures. If I produce oil, I can make structures way cheaper. So we're going to do... I have such little combat. Wow, okay. We could also do with food, and there's no food. I could trade? I could trade for food. I'm gonna trade for food. I'm gonna trade for food. So I can... I trade for food, trade for oil. Shit. If I trade for oil, I can make things cheaper. We're gonna build another mech. We're gonna build another mech. Can I really only do it in these 2 locations? Huh. Okay. Oh, it's... No, it's more so the metal. Township. Speed, movement. I don't actually... I control one village. Boop. It ends abruptly. Yeah, there are some games where you play out the last round. But this is not one of those. I saw it play out in the tutorial. Hello, Limitless. Yeah, there's a sort of, what's the phrase? Like, technically won, but at what cost? And the cost is my pride, actually. The encounters. Ah, okay. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I can live with that, I think. Round 24. Okay. Oil. Well, movement oil. What I really want is this to be cheaper. Or I could just straight up, like, produce more wood. 3 more wood. And immediately... But I only have 1 military might. Food. Food. If I do if I do this, I don't really have any interest in the movement. I could move these guys back from the metal because I only have 1 more mech to make, I believe. Yeah, only 1 more mech to make. So if we pull that back, leave the mill in place. Three units. So, it's actually gonna be this guy. Plunk. Move these guys back to the farm. Towards the farm, I should say. Do they count? They count! But there's only going to be 1 of them hitting. Wait, 3 move. 2 of them can go to the farm. Although, technically... I guess I only need 1. I need wood more. I need wood more. Water. Okay, I do actually have water. I am out of... Thank you. I am out of tea. I ran out of tea. That was back, I think, in October. Maybe September? Something like that. It was there for a few months. It wasn't very often redeemed, but when it was redeemed, I don't want to say it was malicious. It wasn't malicious per se. It was difficult. Actually, you know what? God damn it, you can't move. But this one can. I can transport this way. That counts. Pay 2. Just the ka-chunk ka-chunk they were abused. Yeah, remove is responsible for a few of those, I think. I don't have a whole lot left for this. Popularity gain. Wood to be cheaper. Or enlist be way cheaper. I keep saying this. We're gonna make this happen instead. Alcavidian. That's who. Sometimes I do reading streams every Sunday, and it was easier for those because I was able to mentally replace words because of reading ahead, but when I have to free think, yeah, it's difficult. Usually it's pretty quick to switch back, mostly just because a lot of the time I fail, so it doesn't fully switch over to the appropriate word set in the first place. Like that's the bigger problem, getting that switch. It's either mess up a lot or go very simple. Very, very simple. Also, Remove, are you sure you weren't responsible for at least one? One difficult one? Thank you. I took it from my mother. My mother brilliant. I think I've seen her do the same exact thing. Prepositions. Those are still difficult, you know. Those are still difficult. You don't want... I know someone banned the word grind during my Bloodstains run last week. I remember that. I'm guessing that may have been you because of the... Well, I mean, A was the limited time option. What would really break me, though, is if I had to try and make it like a Cockney rhyming slang. That would be really cool if I were able to do that. I don't know if I could. Like, mentally replace words with a rhyming slang type thing for it. I don't know if that would work for the common words that people choose, though, when it's things like it or the... It's about materials! It's about materials. Okay. We were going to produce. No, wait. We were going to do this. We have no food. Fuck. Are we allowed to dip to 0 for the power? Like, legit? Are we allowed to dip to 0? I'm going to do it. I'm going to dip to 0. Real quick, I'm going to dip to 0 so we can produce some wood and some food. And some oil. We don't have enough wood. Production. Wait, we can still produce? We have one more? Okay. Yeah, we don't have the resources. Yeah, 0 power is concerning, but it's okay. We're not going to be there for very long. We're not going to be there very long. I promise. Believe in me, people. Believe in me. Please. It's way too fucking late for me to do this, though. We're gonna pay one of these. So for every one of these, and we're going to get a temporary +2. So look, we're back up to 5 already. I don't think my vocabulary is that bad. It's more the wheel is a bit rusty. The wheel's a bit rusty. Do I do the same move over again? Actually, hold on really quick. I'm in last. Let me just check how many stars other people... Okay, 3 stars. I still got time. Well, I say that, and yet at the same time, it's kind of a case of, well, do I? If I produce it, I can produce another mech. Get some more popularity, produce another mech. And that gets me a star. I have no use for the mech right now, really, aside from... sitting back here, essentially, in the village. Oh, I don't control the village, that's why. Fuck. Fuck. Well, it's done. It has happened. It has happened. Notes? I used to actually write the word on a note. One of the first ones I had was level. I think that may have actually been the first word I was banned from saying. Level. It was during a reading stream. So somewhere on my Twitter is a photo of my helper at the time holding the note card with the word, not note card, like a post-it note. Actually, in a lot of earlier streams, I tape post-it notes to I tape post-it notes around to remind me of things like controls in some games. I still have the person who helped me. His name is Mellings. He is a larger-than-life plush monster hunter cat. He actually takes up a whole seat on his own. He used to be my blocker for reading streams to try and block out noise because he's big and plush. Keybinds? Yeah, so like for Witcher, I ended up having notes on like, okay, Jay goes to this and goes to this, etc. And for Wingspan too. The quick binds for that. I don't need it for Bloodstains. I obviously didn't have it for some of the important things in Witcher because I literally did not do a proper dodge, I think, aside from the very beginning when it was taught and you had to do it, and the last fight of one of the bosses. Like, the last DLC boss that I fought, I had to dodge proper and not do my bad fucking dodge. My duck. So, obviously I missed things. God, I put like 100 fucking hours in that game and I didn't know how to dodge. I'm doing better in Bloodstained, sort of. Or I'm over-leveling it in the meantime that it's not a problem. Yeah, shh. They don't have to see the frog fight. They don't have to see the frog fight. Score preview. Okay. Okay. I just need to pump these numbers up. Real quick, I just need to pump these numbers up. There's no point to that. I could upgrade again. What would I want to upgrade? Money? Bolster? If I do this... One last food. And the only one left is this one, isn't it? And we get 2 popularity. accept. My bad. What? What? At least he took the lower... Holy shit, fuck. This... Okay. So we can... I want to say I don't actually care, but at the same time... Let's go all out. Let's go all out! How bad can this turn out? Really? I like the music. They're probably putting in 12, aren't they? They're probably putting in 12. Oh! They didn't! Excellent! We didn't fully lose this time. They retreat. I lost my card. Or I lost a card. Okay. Oh, that's okay. Okay, I'll have some water. Oh shit! Oh fuck! That's bad! Oh wait, no, that's good! Holy shit! How did I jump to first? Simply because of the stars? Okay. I'm sorry. When I checked last... Okay. Maybe it's also because I increased my popularity by quite a bit. The game may be over sooner than I thought, which is kind of amazing considering it's nearly 2 a.m. Give me a second. I'm gonna stretch. I haven't actually stretched since I got up. Sorry, this looks kind of weird with the model. Just tossing the head back and forth. Stars are hella valuable. Yeah. So, just looking at it, if I somehow manage to... Okay, we have 8 workers. We got our star for that. No stars for structures. What is the last star that we can get, really? 6 upgrades we're not getting. Actually, wait. We can get a star for upgrades. It would just be 2 turns away. 1 for the oil, like producing the oil. The next would be... recruits. We already got that one. We got the recruits. I believe. That's this, right? Yeah. Max 4, max 4, 6. So yeah, 18 popularity and 16 power. We're not hitting power. Yeah. So it could be a little dicey, honestly. But oil production. 2 turns if things don't go south. 2 turns if things don't go south. And there's also the fact that I am... Wait, I can... Holy shit, there's 12 metal here. There's 12 metal here. And 4 wood? Holy fuck. I didn't realize this. Wait, I have 2 oil. I can do this right now. I can end this game and win, I think. I can end this game and win. I think. If the score preview is correct. Because I have oil. So really, it's simply a case of this. Actually, wait. We can just gain money and then pay oil to upgrade something. And the last upgrade we have is this one. 6 stars. No, it was more so someone actually instigated an attack. So it always does a sort of slow animation for winning to make it a little bit more animated. $102. If it weren't for the automated calculations, though, this would be so much harder for me, honestly. Okay. Granted, this was against easy, and I absolutely flubbed a few things. I have rules to keep in mind for next time I play, which might be next Monday. Might be next Monday. I'm moving my schedule to every other day instead of 2 pairs of days. So it's going to be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, except this week I really wanted to sleep yesterday. It was really cold, so I slept. That's why my name is Z. If you say so. If you say so. I'm going to do one more thing. I wonder if it saves this information. Details? Oh, hell yeah. Okay. One more thing. So, this is the online one. It's got a really cool album inside, so you can see the art a little closer, but not as close as the guy's art station, not as close as Jacob's art station. Also this, so you can choose if you want to see them painted or if you want them plain. But I chose to have all of them painted because I think they look way cooler painted, and you also get a closer look here. You can also see it for the workers or the machines, so like, look at this guy. Look at this fella. Ain't he cute? I guess the workers are all, the plain ones are just flat green. Same thing with these. But really, why wouldn't you do this if you had the option? Why wouldn't you choose this paint job? Now this kind of makes me want to paint. This makes me want to paint a little bit. I don't know anything about weathering, though. I don't know anything about weathering. I say that, and it's kind of, man, I hated 3D. I hated doing 3D work. I have a closet full of minis I should do anyway. Or rather, I say I should do, I need to do. It's a closet full of minis. I kind of wish you could just, like, I wish they could be animated, but it goes against the spirit of the game, I feel like, to have them, like, super animated, like a little victory dance. I just want to see him raise his little pincer, his little arms. But also, like, okay, so this was yellow. Not very offensive looking. Oh, okay, I was gonna say not very offensive looking, and then you see the gun up front. Like, okay, so that's how it is. Same with this guy. But he looks a bit more warlike. This one, very clearly made for war and not so much for work in the field. This guy too, like more war than work. This one could be a fishing boat. Could be, what is it called, like a duck boat? Machine gun and those big grippers. For this guy? Or, yeah, probably this guy. Yeah, they're like paws nearly at the front. Like, why do you have that when you have the wheel? Actually, maybe for the balance? This reminds me, if you ever saw, there was an old TV show that was about, like, people built bots and had them fight each other. And this just reminds me of that a little bit. The kind of creations that they would come up with. Eventually there was a meta, or I say eventually, but people did figure out a meta for that game. I think the answer was make it unflippable. Robot Wars, yeah, yeah. There's a very distinct meta after a while. But these look like things that would come out of that. But yeah, this gives me actually a very Star Wars feeling. I think it's the frontier and the like giant legs. AT-AT, is that what it's called? Could have used more wheels. For the yellow one, yeah, they could have made it into a actual tricycle instead of a bicycle with legs that don't hit the wheels. Yeah, this guy, this chonky. This one actually reminds me a little bit of like Howl's Moving Castle. I think it's the humanity of it a little bit. Like it looks like a squat little guy who lumbers along. It's like the castle. Yeah. Toy boat. Again, like this one, if it weren't for the red, I feel like it would be a lot more friendly. Look, it's your local Scythe bot. He's just trying to, you know, reap the fields of wheat. Bountiful harvest. Ignore the guns up there. Ignore them. That's for shooting the bears away from the wheat. Bears eat wheat, right? Bears are omnivores, right? Grizzly bears are omnivores, right? There are grizzly bears in Poland and Russia and Eastern Europe, right? Hmm. The patches, too. And then we have this guy. He looks the least weathered. He looks like he could just roll up and everything's fine. This reminds me a little bit of a Tachikoma, actually. Like a tiny, tiny bit. I think it's the roundness and the low down to the ground. Like the thickness but shortness of the legs. There's a word for that. Thick and short. Okay, I thought of the word and it's kind of a nope, that does not apply to robots. It does not apply to robots. Also, I suppose like the DBZ pods, right? A little bit in the shape. Especially with the curve down there. All of them have guns visible, right? I think they do. I think they do. Yeah, the workers are pretty plain. The workers are pretty plain. Got a little Scotsman. And the character show a bit more detail. So you can see the, where is it? Russian lady with her braid. Huge braid. Her hair must be down to like here for it to be braided that short. Or that long. Actually, maybe just like down to here. But like, the way that they're designed to kind of mimic their animal is really neat. I talked about this before. This one's a little bit harder to judge on that regard because of the hawk, but like, I guess like the furry mane around and the facial hair there. Her hair is somewhat evocative of the bear. Same with this guy. Full on woolly. The tiger tail. And she has, her monkey has the same bob as she does. Bob is not the right word. Bun. But yeah, this one and this one are expansions. They both start on the mainland, which is actually kind of... They start on the continent, which is actually kind of funny, considering that their real-world counterparts may not actually start on the continent, since they're supposed to be representing, I believe, like, kind of alternate Celtic Isles. And this one is with the name I think it's Togawa. I think it's Japanese. I think it's Japanese. Yeah. I could be wrong though. I haven't read much on the story behind any of this. Invaders from afar. Also, I guess there's this concept too in the corner. But I think that's going to be it for tonight. We completed one game and we won on easy against bots. I made it look so easy for a first time playthrough. But with that, I think I'll send you off to someone else. A victory is a victory. Yep. And I learned a lot of important lessons. That's more important. Even it's way more important. Where do we go from here? Who is live? Is there anyone else in board games? Is there anyone else in board games? Oh, no, that's the board games account. I want board games, the category. Give me the category. I need a space. Okay. Do you want to head to... Oh, looks like Callie is just starting. And she's doing Mega Man. Mega Man Night. Okay. Could send you over to her. Doesn't look like she's actually started yet. Exactly. So let me get that set up. Real quick. So, tomorrow is Wednesday. Later today. The next time night arrives, I'm going to be playing Bloodborne. No, Bloodborne, not Bloodborne. It's not Bloodborne. It's Bloodstained. Bloodstained. I'm about 70% of the way through. And Friday, I am going to be doing an ice cream tasting. I ordered $80 worth of ice cream, wine ice cream, to try them. There's going to be photos. And there's going to be 10 pints of ice cream. I actually did not realize that was over a gallon, and that was over 6 pounds of ice cream. I'm not going to be eating all of it. We're going to be tasting, though. Tasting of it at the beach. And I might be making something else afterwards with some of the wine ice cream, depending on how things turn out. And how sick I might be of ice cream by that point. There's a lot of things that you can make that aren't pilk out of ice cream, you know? Different kinds of floats. We'll see what's available. But again, thank you very much for coming tonight. This is fun, relearning.